Hi. Did you miss me? Hello there, and welcome back very appropriately, because we've been away for how long? 2 months? 2 months-ish? The wait is over! Welcome, everyone. All like 20-ish of you. Damn, lots of people for the return. You'll love to see it. My name is Paul, aka Modus. As always, I have to like get back into it, because, you know, just believe it or not, this has been my biggest stream break ever. You know, we have never been away for this long, for 2 months. And you're and you guys are already seeing one of the new features of the stream, which is we've got an emoji wall now. So feel free to send them emojis. Yeah, Primo Temporis in the background. We have now substituted the previous background music for an assortment of Modus songs. So now we have that, you know, just like a shuffling of Modus songs. So yeah, first of all, welcome guys to the brand new layout. Well, brand new layout. It's an upgraded layout, and there's all sorts of emoji flying around the screen. That's definitely not distracting, but I'll get used to it. My new sophomore album, REGNUM Ultra, is out now everywhere. It has been as of this past Monday, June 1st, 2026, and it's kind of a good thing that I put it out on a Monday, because today the entire EDM scene decided to release all at once. You know, we've got a new Skrillex album. We've got, what else? There was a single from Flux Pavilion. I gotta see that one naughty step tweet where he laid it all out, but basically today would not have been a good day to put out the album. And when I was logging in the release date for the album, I was actually debating, I was on the fence about whether it should be on Friday, June 5th. You know, because Friday is usually the, like, releasing day. Kind of a good thing that I didn't. Kind of a good thing that I did not pick June 5th. That was definitely a bullet dodged, for sure. For sure. Grizz album, yes, that was one of the things that I saw. Oh yeah, Never Say Die Volume 7. Of all the days in this world, Never Say Die chooses to come back this week. And then there's also a San Hollow album. And just, Jesus Christ, dude. So they called me a madman for logging in Monday. But hey, it paid off. Well played. And not only that, but we have kind of inadvertently coined a new term, Modus Monday. You know, it's got some hook to it. Where's the now playing box? Do you not know what track this is, brother? Do you not know what? Are you not entertained? So like there is no need for me to put a now playing button here, a like now playing prompt. Because if you do not know these songs, probably shouldn't be here. Oh man, do I hear rhythm in the background? You're hearing Primum Temporis, which is song number 2 from my new album, REGNUM. Go listen to it if you haven't already. Feel free. It's pinned in the chat. Well, not here, but on the YouTube chat thing. It says album out now. Human emoji. And there's the URL, imod.us/Regnum Ultra. Easiest URL of all time. Primum Temporis is absolute cinema. It is. And when it's done playing, a new random track from the playlist will start playing. I have made sure that all of the tracks that are on this playlist and are so many emotes that Nightbot deleted the message, but the emojis still showed up on the wall, huh? I made sure that it was all tracks that I am cleared to play, so that there are self-releases in here, and tracks that have been cleared of content ID. Because you know there have been instances of songs of mine that still get claimed content ID on my own channel because they've been released through a label. So those songs aren't on the playlist. Yeah, I've made a selection of self-releases and songs that will not be claimed on the stream, or at least I hope will not be claimed on the stream. Let's go. Finally, new design, new intro sequence. Let's go. Yep. And we've got new sounds on the board. We've got new sounds on the board. I have yet to test all of them, let alone memorize their new positions on the board. Hey, we've got Starstruck now. Let's turn up that volume. Sadly, I am missing the camera shake from Cookie Machine stream. I do have camera shake now, just not on this scene. Maybe I should put it on this scene now. Yeah, I won't do it now because that takes a while. Yeah. What was it? Minus 24 dB. Yeah. Good thing I put that on a little footnote on the audio source. Basically, shake the camera. Just Is it true you're heading to Spain Dubs this Saturday? Not this Saturday. It's next week. Okay, guys, so a couple things regarding this return to streams, because it is going to be gradual. It is going to be pretty slow, okay? So this is, I fully intended on this to be the first stream of me being back since the album released, okay? And then after this, there won't be another stream until Sunday, June 14th. So that's Sunday of next week. Because, well, tomorrow is my birthday. I am not working on my birthday. Okay. I'm not going to be working on my birthday. And next week, I am heading to Spain Dubs. It is the night between... So it's the night of Friday the 12th into Saturday the 13th. so it's that midnight. So it's on midnight on Saturday the 13th. So I have to be there on the 12th. So I have to take the train on the morning of Friday, right? There's a couple things I'm very excited for this time around in Spain dubs. I will not be playing this time, but I will get to meet Queens. I will get to meet Matt Core for the first time. I have never heard Matt Core stuff. Okay, so I am walking in completely blind. I'm not even like looking him up. Okay, just walking in completely blind. I hope to be surprised. And I'm also meeting your boy Yo in real life for the first time. We're going to Spain dubs together, bro. So yeah, happy early birthday to Modus. Thank you so much. And I am so ready for the fireworks show. It's real. It is real indeed. Happy early 25th. I don't like to get older. Yo in real life, yes. It will rain. And then from the rain you will materialize. I thought he was a virtual tuber. That just gave me this mental image of like someone with a tube, with like a metal pipe. I think I have a metal pipe sound on the board. Where is it? No, that's not it. That's not it either. There's the lick. No, that's not it. I don't even know if it's there. E. Some things just never change, huh? I have no idea where I put the metal pipe sound, if it's even there. But I fully remember putting it there. It must be somewhere on the board. I have so many new sounds, and the older sounds, I've changed their position on the board because I couldn't fit all of it. So I had to get rid of some of the least used sounds from the previous board and add the new ones in. Right? So I have almost the entire board lit up, save for three keys, 3 pads. Imagine adding Audio Jungle into REGNUM Ultra. Just like, but like completely unrecognizable. Just like mangle it into a growl. Crystal clearer, yeah!
Clearer than crystal. Take me.
We're gonna be using fire quite a lot. Hearing the first part of Starstruck being made in Modus Live ruined it just a little bit for me, but the rest of the song is a solid 10 out of 10. I see. Yeah, that's the... There's a good side and a bad side to watching Modus Live. It's that you get to, you know, see the producer work on their like sparkling new track, and it's just really cool to see their thought process, their headspace and all that. And then the release comes and you remember literally all of it. And it kind of ruins it for you, so that's kind of the bad side. Are you planning to host a remix contest for remix contest for REGNUM Ultra / the Realm Beyond, the Realm Beyond sometime in the future? Sometime in the future, the answer is no. I don't have it planned. I don't think it's appropriate to do a remix contest for, like, it just doesn't fit in my head. It doesn't really make sense in my head. At least not now. Maybe somewhere further down the line. So like what happened with Subliminal, for example, the original song came out in 2021, and then the remix contest for that was 2 years later. So maybe 2 years from now, 2028, maybe then it makes sense in my head. But right now, I don't really intend to do that. At this point, I don't watch new tracks being made, so I can listen to them for the first time. Perhaps a curated remix compilation would fit better. Yeah, for sure. Well, the Subliminal remix compilation was curated. There wasn't a contest for that. The last time I did a contest was when? 2021 was No Limits remixed. But that was also curated, right? That was also curated. So I think the only time we did a contest was with Timer. 2017. Damn. That's a long time ago. Yeah, timer. Yeah. Wow. That was a long time ago, huh? But if anything, what we would end up doing is like everyone else is doing, just a mix of both. Curated, and then host a remix contest to pick like maybe 1 or 2 winners that make it into the rest of the comp with the curated ones. So yeah, like a little hybrid. But like I said, we're not gonna be getting into that because I'm just not. Right now, it's not in my plans to do that. My previous account was nuked by the Discord system. I am on the new account. Might be rejoining the Modus Discord now. Hope this works. By all means, ! Discord. The old commands from before, they still work. Maybe I only have to update the feedback commands, but we won't be doing feedback until the 14th, so I have plenty of time to fix that. But yeah, we now have an actual page on the website with clear visuals as to what to do, how to submit to feedback streams. But yeah, oh, so like basically like the Snowblade remixes did it. So they had curated remixes and then save a couple slots. Well, in the case of Snowblind, they did quite a bit more slots, but they weren't thinking on doing more slots. It's just that the submissions that they got were so good that they decided to make the compilation larger, at like last minute, right? As far ahead in the future, that would be that sick. Yep, that'd be sick. Hey, the Arcade Boys 2018, let's go! This is an oldie but goldie. Music is quite loud. Okay, got it. If it's too loud, I'll just do minus 26. How about that? That better? I did put a gate on it, so when I talk, it goes down a little bit, but maybe not enough. So minus 26. On my monitoring, it is also a little loud for me to concentrate, so maybe I'll do minus 30, minus 29. How about that? So let's rename that to minus 29, so I know what the target volume is. Yo, hello! What's up? I just came back from work. You're back, and you're here now. Welcome back to Modus Live. How's it been? Okay, so yeah, gradual rollout of streams, of the stream return will be the next stream after this will be Sunday the 14th. I won't be able to make Saturday because I will have just returned from Spain dubs. I will have no sleep from the night before, and my ears will be toast. So 0 out of 10 situation to do feedback. Do not. Best not to do feedback that day. So I will be pushing it to the day after, Sunday the 14th. And then after that, our regularly scheduled programming will return. So Tuesday the 16th, Friday 19th, right? So the week of the 15th, you'll see the return of the production Tuesdays and the Friday chills of the world. And a couple more things about streams that I would like to share with you. I am planning to add a brand new type of stream to the schedule. Whether I do it on a new 4th day or I rotate it with an existing day, which is probably what I'll end up doing. I'll be rotating Tuesdays between production and this new thing. And I've already said on the Discord server that I would be doing a new thing, but you guys don't know it yet, so let's reveal it here. How about we reveal what those new streams are? I will say, for those new streams to happen, the bed has to go. We have to make space. So I'm going to be putting the bed in a different room. I'm going to be sleeping just somewhere else in my house. This is going to be the studio now. You know, it's just not the bedroom studio, just the studio. And this new type of stream will be the Modus workout streams. Can you imagine? 1, 2, Modus workout streams is just headbanging. It's just DJing. So I do have a new, brand new DJ deck. It's over there, but it's like covered in like a blanket, so you guys can't see it yet. I'm not gonna bother with it, but it's this one's a pioneer. It's an Alpha Theta DDJ GRV6 Groove 6, I think is how you're supposed to call it. I had to sell my old Denon, much to my dismay, because I really did like that thing, but I couldn't really make it work because everyone ever and their grandma uses the same software in the venues for DJing, that is Rekordbox. And Rekordbox is proprietary and it's Pioneer only, and I just can't be arsed translating all of the set lists from Serato to Rekordbox every time I have to play live. And then until I get to the venue, I can't know for sure if it is going to work on their deck. So headaches. It's not. So I just, yeah. So I switched DJ brands. Now I've got Rekordbox on my other laptop, and that's that. Scoliosis exercises with Pablo. Paul is no longer, or will no longer be a bedroom producer now. Groove that you know, scratch that. No, it's that the like code name, the like number, the name, the like model name of it's called GRV6, because like there's like a top part. The top part of the deck is like meant to. It's called the Groove Circuit, and you can like launch samples while you're DJing. You can trigger samples from that, so it's like a mini launch pad, right? And you can also, from what I've heard, you can split stems live as you're DJing, which is kind of like fucking crazy. You can split stems while you're live, and like you can DJ with that, which is kind of crazy. But the thing is, for my type of music, maybe I won't find that much of a use for it, but I didn't get it for that reason. The reason why I got it was because it's affordable, it's got 4 channels, and most importantly, it's got key sync. That's a vital thing for me to have, key sync, because I work with music that is very key sensitive, so I have to be synced on when it comes to the key. The key has to match, or at least be complementary when I'm playing. Till Abyss. Yeah, let's go. All right. How does DJ software deal with music that switches keys multiple times? It doesn't. It just it tags it with the first key it detects. So for the Snowblind remix, it would probably just be F sharp, and it would just tag it F sharp minor, because that's the first key that shows up in my Snowblind remix. So what's this new stream? Okay, time for the reveal. Imagine I'm standing in the center, and to one side of me, there's the piano, and to the other side, there's the DJ deck. Imagine we do mashups live, and as I'm playing them on the DJ deck, I move over to the piano, and I start improvising on top of the mashup. Basically a jam session. So yeah. No, yes. Yes, but you can believe it. Believe it. I like it. I like it too. Or at least in my head, it makes sense. That's gonna be so fun. I hope it will. We guess DJ session, but it's not really exactly a DJ session, is it? It's just like, yeah, like part of it is DJing, but I'm also like, you know, in the piano, like doing stuff. Jarrett mashups are gonna be amazing in here. Not gonna lie, that was part of what got me the idea. Seeing that Jarrett just like kept pumping out like mashups. We're gonna improvise with 12-tone serialism. I'm gonna improvise with like music matrices. How about that? Throwback, huh? To that one time where you taught me the music matrices thing. Let's see if someone flipping my track to full-blown dubstep then. Yeah, just you guys will be free to submit songs, and then we can just, so like we could spend the first like 30 minutes of the stream mashing your tracks up, then we send them to the DJ deck, and then as we play them on the DJ deck, we like improvise with the piano over it. Just crazy stuff. Yeah, that's quite an idea. One more thing that I've got planned for the stream, for Modus Live, this summer specifically, I fully intend to go back to Panzer Dragoon 2 speedrunning. We're gonna be doing speedrun streams again, boys. Yeah, at least a couple of them, because I'm so hyped, because I found a brand new strat like halfway through the game that saves me like 20 to 30 seconds if I get it like really perfectly. 20 to 30 seconds. Which means I could get the world record again. So we're going to be vying for that. We're going to be fighting for the world record to get the world record back. Even if it's just for like a single day, I don't care. Just clinch back the title and then I can retire peacefully. I was hoping that y'all in this community are doing some remix or so, but that's another story. I was planning something like that with a friend for my next month festival. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm confident enough to try doing that on a live stage. That's kind of why I'm trying it out here, to see if it would be feasible. Oh hey, we got Prism. The world record, I think it's like a 30 something 32 minute 30 something seconds. It's from a Japanese player called Harem, and he's got some pretty cool strategies that I've never seen before. For example, he takes a totally different route in episode 3. So he doesn't even go for the blue dragon at the end of the game. So yeah, it's just things that I would have never really thought of. Just really like thinking out of the box. Like he doesn't even need blue dragon. So but this is all like very nerdy Panzer Dragoon stuff. So we'll save that for later this summer. We changed from color bass to dubstep. This home in this house we play Astro Bass now. In this house we now play Astro Bass. Just saying. Just guys, we're gonna be like Astro Bass is a thing now. Okay. I am fully committing to Astro Bass. I want to push Astro Bass as a real thing that exists. Okay? So kind of like Chime did with Color Bass, I want to do the same with Astro Bass. Right? I want to just push it. So it's no longer just a meme or like an inside joke or like kind of like this thing you like joke with, but you never really take it seriously. No, Astro Bass. I have labeled on SoundCloud the genre tag is Astro Bass. So like I am fully committing to calling my stuff Astro Bass. Astro Bass must become real. Astro Bass is such a great idea. Yeah, it just my only fear is if it ever does go mainstream, what will people take it to mean? Because Color Bass, what happened to Color Bass is that it started up being this very diverse, very flexible definition of melodic dubstep, and then when it hit the mainstream, so to speak, people just took it to mean Chroma 150 rhythm, and that's just not the full extent of what Color Bass can do. But you can't really shake that definition off of people anymore. So Astro Bass, more like ass bass. Got him. Hi Danny, what's up? You might also have noticed that I am making an effort to be a little bit less loud on streams. Why is that? During this stream break, I've come to a realization. I've been watching some of my own streams back, and I just can't put up with them. I am very loud. I'm very noisy. Maybe too performative. I'm not entirely sure, but that's just not who I am. Right?
In 2026, what
Oh my
makes
god,
someone
that's
a
still
criminal?
wrong. There's still all this. Get to the album commentary. We will. Yeah, we have to get through all of the announcements first, okay? And yeah, I'm just trying to make an effort to be a little bit more chill. Why is it so off-center? It's always been like this, or at least since the start of the year, it was like this. I'm not entirely sure why that happens, because here it's off-center, but then if you go to the feedback layout, it looks correct. But then if you correct it here, now it's wrong in the feedback hour layout. So it's weird. You know what? I kind of see what you're saying. Yeah, like, not just like, yeah, I get that I have to like put on a show for people because you're here, you're watching. I can't be wasting your time, but at the same time, you know, it's like I can't put up with myself in the streams, and I'm like, this is just not very pleasant to watch this guy blabbling, you know. By the way, this song is called Beyond Real VIP. This is a song from 2018, self-released. Friday chill becomes actual chill. So yeah, I am making an effort. Just try being a little bit more authentic, more chill. You know, be more approachable rather than this super like loud. Like, that's just not how I'm like in real life. So fuck that. So literally the second ever modus release. What are you even talking about? This is 2 years into the Neo Protocol era. I released several songs before this. Friday Snore Modus Sleep Stream. Are we pink? Pink. Okay, final 2 announcements and then we move on to the album commentary. Okay. I've kind of already said this in my Instagram story earlier today. But 2 things. You guys have been asking me, and I've been seeing a lot more demand for this than usual. It's, are you gonna put out a physical release of REGNUM Ultra? The answer is yes. REGNUM Ultra CDs are coming. I just didn't want to release them on the same day the album came out, because if I dropped absolutely everything on the same day, if I were to drop the album, the CDs, and the merch all on the same day, it would have been kind of too much to take in. So I definitely wanted, and it wouldn't have worked as well for social media, because it's just this one day massive drop and then radio silence for the rest of the month. That's kind of not very convenient for social media either. So yeah, I chose to like spread the launch of the album a little bit more. So the first day of June, the album drops, and then the rest of the month of June is dedicated to launching all of the other things related to the album. So I intend to launch the CD on Monday, June 15th. Okay, that's when I plan to put out the CD. And then merch will follow shortly after that. So merch will start to roll out gradually, starting on that week, on the week of the 15th until the end of the month. So I have like 4 or 5 new merch items for you to take a look at and like possibly buy. So anywhere from the 15th to the 30th, I'll be rolling those out. And then next week on this channel, on this very YouTube channel, I will also be rolling out day by day individual videos for the songs of the album, or at least most of the songs of the album. So What Lies Beyond, which is the intro, and We Depart, We Remain, those are, I haven't made individual videos for them, because it doesn't really make a lot of sense, because they're kind of like part of the album. They're like made specifically for the purposes of introducing and then concluding the album. But the full songs, that I haven't put out as individual videos. So the Final Frontier, Stay With You, Kindred Spirits, Prima Temporis, all that. Those are coming out as separate videos, all the way throughout next week. So starting next Monday, June 8th. We got subliminal. So yeah, CDs and merch will be rolling out starting on the second half of this month, and I think I've said everything that I had to say. So guys, shall we move on now? Guys, welcome back to Modus Live. We are gonna be proceeding with the REGNUM Ultra live album commentary, Q&A, whatever you call it, walkthrough with the author, just behind the scenes, lore drop. All right, you guys want to see the new stinger? Well, wait, don't do it yet. I haven't listened to the album. This is gonna be a free replay. Probably yeah. Probably yes. So yeah, guys, do you want to see the brand new stinger? All right, let's get to it. Without any further ado, let's get right into it. Woo, I hope the volume on that was well adjusted. Well, guys, welcome to FL Studio once again. Well, this is the project for the album Continuous Mix. So as you can see, this is each song and then the transitions, which are made in there, right? And then each song. So I just put it all together. As you can see, the biggest transition is definitely the one into the Final Frontier. That was insane. Yeah, it was. I worked hard on this layout refresh. That was a bit loud. Okay, that is good to know, because I can't really change. I don't really have a volume fader for the stinger the same way I do for the other sources. OBS, possible new feature. Thank you. So what I have to do is I have to manually go into the video edit and manually adjust the master volume of the audio itself, and like bake the audio into the video with that volume change. So yeah, it's a little bit trickier than normal. You're transitioning better than me. All right, REGNUM Ultra dropped this past Monday, June 1st. You can watch the full continuous mix video here on YouTube. And if you want to listen to it on any other platform, go to the page that is pinned on that message in chat. Album out now, imon.us/REGNUM Ultra. And you can pick any platform from there, or at least most platforms, because whoever uses Deezer. I ate them and taste like glass. What taste? Wait, where's our wing? Oh, the wings. All right. Guys, the thing with albums is that, at least for me, the way it's always been, it happened in 2019 with No Limits, and now with REGNUM Ultra. You don't just sit down one day and go, I'm going to write an album today, right? So the idea for an album always comes up when you're already halfway through the album without even knowing it. So at a certain point in time, you're working on a number of tracks at once, and as you make progress on them, you start to see signs and themes that repeat and things that keep coming up, and that all builds up subconsciously over a period of time until one day it finally clicks in your head and your brain tells you, hey, these tracks share things in common. Maybe you should make them into an album. And that's when the next batch of songs you do walk into them with that foresight of, okay, I'm going to write this for the album. So that's what my experience has been. You don't suddenly wake up one day and decide to make an album from scratch out of nowhere. It's already been brewing. You just didn't know it, right? Now, REGNUM Ultra exists for two main reasons. The first and the most important one is obviously the creative side. I had a story to tell. I wrote songs that tell that story, and that's that. So what story is this? If you followed me for some amount of time, you might know that one of my main things as Modus was this thing called the New Year Protocol series. It was a project that told a story about a human civilization creating an artificial consciousness to go out and seek the mysteries of the universe for them, but it ends up going rogue on them. and threatens their existence, their world, and their universe. So the humans have to embark on a journey across the stars and beyond, very poetic, to fight this entity and save their world. Now, the first they managed to achieve, the second not so much. So they have to abandon their dying world and enter a brand new universe in the realm beyond, a universal blank canvas, so to speak. And this is where the Neo Protocol series ended. And Regnum Ultra is basically an epilogue, an aftermath, a true ending, if you will, to not so much the plot of Neo Protocol itself, but rather to the personal internal journey of the humans as a character, where they shape this new universe in their image. They come to terms with themselves and their role in all of this, and they let go of their past selves, and they let go of the material to be able to move on. Obviously, this is a fictional story, but it does share some parallels with certain events in my life that happened as I was writing some of the songs for the album that I had to move on from. So in a way, the story is fictional, but also somewhat based on real life experiences. Now, here's the thing. If the story takes place in the Neo Protocol timeline, why does this album not have the name Neo Protocol attached to it, or any reference to it for that matter? And for one, I felt like it wasn't necessary. While it takes place immediately after that chain of events, I knew that I wanted this piece to be its own thing. So I didn't want to associate the album with NYP straight away. So from both a creative and marketing standpoint, I chose not to do that. But also, this ties into the second reason why this album exists, the technical reason, and that is the Neo Protocol series, as awesome and as inspiring as that was to make, had a fundamental baseline problem. That problem was, because the series was spread over 10 years, the skills I had 10 years ago in both music production and visual work are not the same skills I had by the end of the series. So the first few chapters of Neo Protocol sound and look very different to the last few chapters, because there was this qualitative disconnect that was inherent to the time scale of the project. It's like if you were to shoot the first half of a movie 20 years ago when you were a fresh graduate off of film school with the tech from 20 years ago, and then the second half of the movie you shoot now when you're a veteran and you make different choices now compared to then, and you use current tech. They're going to be drastically different in every department, even though you were the director was the same, right? So I did make an attempt to amend, to remedy that, and bring the first few chapters up to my recent quality standards with the Neo Protocol full film, where I upscaled, I reframed, I reworked the visuals, and even rendered brand new scenes. Revisited some of the audio mastering for the earlier chapters, and just try to make it a more sonically and visually cohesive piece. And it did work to some extent, but it was still a hack. We still had yet to see a modern, fully integrated audiovisual piece from me, an up-to-date vertical slice of my abilities. Now that I have fully mastered my sound, and with visuals that have achieved a certain level of consistency, competence, and identity. And Regnum Ultra, from the technical side, was designed to be that new all-in-one showcase of this more solid, more realized, more mature version of Modus. This statement of, I'm here, Astral Bass is a thing now, and this is what it sounds like. So we can move forward now with the thing. And as you can see, I've put up the video here on a file that's synced up to the continuous mix, so we can watch all of it as the thing like scrolls forward, right? So we get the start of What Lies Beyond. That's the album intro. You see the message there. So yeah, that is basically the like main main statement, the introductory statements. So this is kind of like what sets up the action as to what's going to happen. They arrived at the realm beyond. They, obviously the humans marveled at the great nothing, new worlds yet to be. So this is basically relating to the end of New Year Protocol 10, even though it's not mentioning it explicitly. It's here. They opened their arms, and from the truth its stewards carried the seed of the world, the truth, raced it to the void, and spawned life anew, which is basically what's just about to happen with what lies beyond. So I am telling you here exactly what you're going to be seeing just like 1 minute from now, right? And yeah, thus began a journey of parting, to sever their ties to the dark past and become the next herald of all. By the next herald of all, it is implied that the humans become the creator of this new world. So, yeah, you get this big D-pad, and you think this is the, like, dawn of a new world. This big drone, and then these ethnic vocals in there. Yeah, this whole part I made basically right after I watched Dune 2. So yeah, those of you who have been like calling out the like Dune references, absolutely true. Absolutely true. This is 100% inspired by the Dune soundtracks. Right? So yeah, same thing here. This intro is crazy. It is crazy. Drop the vocal library. I'm not inside the project for the song itself, but it was definitely an ethnic vocal library. I'm not sure if it was Egyptian, but maybe I can just open up a contact right now and I can just tell you the name of the library. Ethnic vocal phrase. So Sonus score. Ethnic vocal phrases. This has a bunch of. This has an assortment of all sorts of phrases, and this thing here is not just one phrase. What I did was I just started recording, and I basically ripped like 30 minutes of the library from like 30 minutes worth of vocals from the library into an audio file, and then I just like picked and chose, and then I made that phrase with that. Sunrise looks like Lion King, and the fact that we've got this drone with the ethnic vocals, you know, sounds a lot like right. Also sounds a lot like that for sure. So we're getting a lot of that vibe. So Sonus score, SONUS. So you think, so by the video you'd be looking at the dawn of like a planet or something, but then what's really cool about it is that that's false. It's not a planet. You eventually see the glyphs of the truth light up, and it all gets covered in that like white aura, and it turns out to be the truth. It's a really cool thing, and then the truth just falls. So the whole like change of perspective, how it first starts, and it looks like it's the dawn of a planet, but then it turns out to be the truth, and then the truth falls on the humans' hands. Just really cool. And then at the same time the music is rising, you know. So yes, all of the visuals were timed to the music. I actually had a sound a like soundtrack in Cinema 4D for all of the visuals. So I was like keyframing this in accordance to the music. So I like actually timed it with the music. So that's why it's all synced. The music once that was revealed. Yeah. And as you just saw in the text from the beginning, it's the same thing. The truth is raised to the void, and it's about to spawn life anew, spawn a brand new world, and that's when the title, the album shows up. Was an appropriate time to. So lots of things to unpack here. First of all, music is all about contrast. So the reason this feels so big and so large, just such an explosion of sounds, is because here, what's happening is the master is narrowing down. So the whole stereo space is narrowing down. Fully mono, and then it quickly expands back to full stereo. Right? How do you create that visuals? Time and effort and patience and sweat and blood and well, maybe not blood. Sweat and tears. So yeah, lots of things to unpack here. So the humans are about to unleash the energy of the truth to spawn a brand new universe in this blank canvas. And what better way to start a brand new universe than with the most fundamental key, the center of all keys, that being C major, with a flat 6, but still for all intents and purposes it is C major. And then for the second half of the song, it's going to switch to Dorian, which is basically C minor. So C minor instead of major, C minor, but with a natural 6. So in a way, major flat 6 and Dorian natural 6 are exact opposites from each other. So you could argue that that ties into the whole theme of creation, you know, like particles and antiparticles, though at that point we might be going a little too far. We might be like clutching at straws here with the whole like particles antiparticles thing. But yeah, C is the most basic key there is, like the source of it all, right? So it felt only appropriate to start and eventually, as you'll see, end there with C. Did you actually cry while making that REGNUM Ultra full film? No. But my eyes got a little teary when it was all done, when I finished the full thing. So when I finished the continuous mix, I got right, like I got right into work with the visuals, because I knew it was not over yet. It was far from over. So the continuous mix was done, or at least like mostly done. The instrumental versions of the tracks were done, because the vocal mixes were done after the video was already finished. So the instrumental, so the songs themselves were finished, save for the vocals. And it was time to get to work on the visuals. The visuals, which by the way were, they took quite a long time to render. I spent a full month on 2 computers, turned on the entire day, 24/7, just churning out frames, frame by frame. Like some frames took like what, 16, 17 minutes to render. The wings on the humans, it's a lot of polygons, man. And with the whole like path traced, like glass textures on them, it's just a lot of work, even for like a 4090 computer here, which is what I have. Yeah, frames were taking quite a long time. And yeah, I had like both computers for almost a full month, just churning out visuals. And then when the frames for the raw renders were done, then it was time to composite all the extra VFX on top. Right? So yeah, that took about 2 to 3 months of just full on, you know, like full-time work on the VFX department. And then when I was finally done and I saw from the beginning to the very end with All Will Be Fine, I just I breathed a sigh of relief. I was like, okay, this is happening. Then I got a little teary-eyed, but yeah, that was it. Will be showing us the result project. Sometimes I can't even open the project on my own offline. Sometimes it'll just shit itself, and it'll just the track names will disappear for some reason. Some of the like characters in the program will just not show up. It's weird. It's a very big project. I split the work on that project in several timelines. So I did one timeline for basically each little minute thing. Each little shot had its own timeline. So the project ended up having like 51 timelines. So Da Vinci project with 51 timelines. Just think about that. Think about that for a second. Just let it sink in. So whatever happened from your first... Yeah, I first teased this song at Spain Dubs, Madrid, June 2025. That set definitely had a lot of like early versions of the album tracks in there for sure. Next Modus album, which is in 4 months from now, will have even better visuals. I love spreading misinformation. Yeah. So yeah, this first thing with the choir, with that flat six, you think it's gonna be minor, but then you get greeted by this major third. So it's like subversion of expectations. You think the song's gonna start out minor, but no. Just big. And there's just something so fascinating and so captivating about just a single like ethnic vocal line playing over a static drone. There's just something so fascinating and so captivating about just on the bass and just someone singing over top of that. It's just so enthralling, you know? Paul hits you with the major chord. So here, the first time this shows up, the bass line stays on that C, so it ends up being an inverted chord. And then here, the second time the swell happens, then it actually changes the bass line. So like the first time is the like halfway through setup, and then we like fully commit to A flat major. And then F major. I'm a singer! Oh, this brass. So first you get the brass with nothing. So it's just the brass melody playing and the rest is just silence. And then what that does is when the G on the brass plays, that could be any chord. So you just have those few seconds of suspense as to what chord is going to be complementing that G in there, and then it ends up being the A flat major. And then here, even more so, because there's an absolute dissonance here, dun dun, right? There's a major seventh in there. Oh, we get that fifth degree of the scale, that dominant. Dun, dun. So it basically is a perfect cadence. It's a 5-1 cadence. And that's when the song will start to like pick up in tempo. So bum 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 bum, and it's in 3/4. 1, 2, 3. Right? And then you start to see that main theme coming. Well, one of the themes of the album like start to like peek through. Na 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 na. So first on the lower octave, and then when it explodes, it goes an octave above. So that's all acoustic drums. The really cool thing about this, na 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 na, it's just 2 notes. It's G and it's A flat, and that's it. It's just, that's it. Where's my piano? Where is it? Here. It's just that. Dun 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 dun. Right? So it's basically like Jaws. It's like Jaws, basically. But the really cool thing about this is that these 2 notes, with these 2 notes, you can harmonize into pretty much any chord in the C scale. So you can, so if you choose to accent the G, right? What you can do is you can do C major. Bum 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 bum. Right? And the A flat just becomes like a sort of decoration, like passing note, right? But then if you play a different chord like this, that was phase canceled to heck and beyond. So maybe let's pick something different, like here. Maybe I need the piano to be a little louder. What do you guys think? At least on my end, the piano definitely needs to be turned up a little more. So that no longer works that well. So we're in F minor. We have that A flat right there. So instead of doing the accent on the G, let's accent the A flat instead. So we're changing the accent. Dun 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 dun. So by changing the accent, right, we can just change the way that plug harmonizes with the chord. So you don't even have to change anything about the plug. The actual notes, the physical notes that it's doing, you just have to change the accenting, and then you completely reharmonize the whole thing. So. Right? And then I did do that movement of na 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 for like that extra emphasis on that D flat major chord, that like flat supertonic. Bum 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 bum. Right. So the most important note, the accent note in the C major chord is the G. Bum 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 bum. And then for the F, that switches to the A flat. So bum 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 bum. Right. So depending on which chord the rest of the instruments are playing, one note or the other in that little ostinato becomes more important than the other, gets priority over the other. So yeah, that's just like a complimentary thing. Where is my little video source? I think it got mixed up with this like notebook thing here. Oh, there we go. So yeah, you see the world being created. And I even did some things here where some of the VFX elements play at half the speed. They actually play at like 12 frames per second. Right? So they're actually playing at half speed. So it's like extra like slow and like jittery, because it's this new imperfect being in charge of creating the world. And then they launch the truth up into the nothingness, and that's when the orbs start to spawn. So the orbs, as you can see, they spawn from the truth. And this is probably one of the most essential moments of this song. Dun 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 dun. That's the main album theme, basically. The theme that permeates the whole album. It's just a scale. It's a C Dorian scale. That's it. Da 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 da. That's it. So how can just isn't it so sick that something as simple as a scale can become so vital to the whole album? Like there's nothing fancy about that. It's just a scale. It's 7 notes in ascending order. That's it. And that could be a melody, and a very effective melody at that. So 1 note for each orb. That ascension motif is going across the whole album, most of the songs from the album, even the Final Frontier. You'll see. You'll see. So yeah, just like a little complimentary melody there. bum, bum. That's supertonic again. Big chord. Rising. You see the orbs. Starts speeding up, and then human finally comes. He comes towards the center of the orbs. So basically, the orbs spawn from the truth, right? And the humans become the steward. The humans, as the steward of the truth, they also become the steward to the orbs that the truth produced. So yeah, really cool moment. I'm actually not. I don't remember if this is a yo-yo snare. I'm pretty sure I just did addictive drums on this. I just like picked an acoustic drum set for this. Oh, this is so cool. So the song is in, I think it was 90-ish BPM, like 93, something like that. 3/4. Bum bum. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Da na 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 na. And then there's a polyrhythm change. Bum 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 bum. So it goes from being a 3/4 to a 2/4 basically, or like a 4/4, but I like to think of it as a 2/4. And there's a polyrhythm in here. Two, 1, 2, 1, 2, right? And then it speeds up, and that sets up the change to primum temporis. And there it is. Chris Kestrel, thank you so much. What do you think of the tracks on NSD Volume 7? I haven't listened to it yet. At least not in full. So yeah, same key, mostly in that same vibe, spacey, sci-fi, dreamy, cinematic. Lots of Foley in the background as well, you can see. So, to be fair, Primum Temporis was started way before I knew that this was going to be an album. So it was originally just supposed to be like its own thing. I started this track years ago. But then once I made What Lies Beyond, I thought, oh yeah, like this is like a perfect way to follow up on What Lies Beyond. And I'm not sure if somewhere else along the track I incorporated, I had the chance to incorporate some of the album motifs in here, but I'm pretty sure not. So yeah, this just mostly follows on the key and the vibe, not so much the melodies. Welcome back, Poly K Modus. Omnicorum, hello! It's good to see you around again. The last 3 notes are my own. Okay. Oh, the last 3 ones here. Bam, 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 bam. Not that one. Those are yo-yo snares, correct. Alright. So here goes. Just a moment of silence, and then you see the humans snapping their fingers. Whole thing comes into existence. Then you see the song titles, the start to appear, visualizer, and all that. So yeah, fancy visuals. Dum, da, da, da. Yeah, they snapped their fingers. Look at it. Wait, we have to sync that. Granted, it is a little hard to see. But it's a little hard to see, but yeah. So yeah, Primum Temporis, the reason why I gave this track its name is because, well, Primum Temporis, it's not like fully accurate Latin. it's a little bit wrong, but the like conjugation of the verbs in Latin apparently is that's not really correct, like grammatically correct, right? But it did look and feel better, like just as a song title. Primum Temporis just felt the best visually to me. It's basically supposed to mean in Latin the beginning of time. And, you know, this being a brand new universe, we've created the space, now let's create the time. Beginning of time. Latin grammar is awful. I don't know Latin myself. I mostly just get help from Wikipedia and Google Translate and all that, but I know it's weird. Big ARP. Some vocals in here, very human sounding vocals. As well, this whole new world is all about the humans. So we definitely have to incorporate choirs in there. I see round 2. Just correct, dude. Alien Echo, dude, you are a menace. Look at this drop. This drop is pretty much entirely his. I did the drums and some bits at the end, but just correct. RD Genius, bye! Yeah, it sounds foreign. It sounds chaotic. It sounds just like what you would expect, like Big Bang, the like first few moments of a new universe being born. It's all chaotic. It's all like glitchy and like imperfect and just it all sounds so like hostile and foreign. It's just so perfectly fitting. Yeah, so this little bit, I was a little bit more involved in with the melodies, but still, a lot of the sound design beneath, that's all Alien Echoes. That little like twinkly. And this is Bejeweled Twist out the wazoo. Wow. Same thing. We're just basically writing a melody with 2 notes. So it's bum 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 bum. There's a little like mini third note in there, but it's mostly just 2 notes. And here we're like basically developing on that and just writing more melody with just 2 notes. So it's just how simple can we get it, right? So you could almost argue one note is space and the other is time, and then they're complementing each other. But again, that might be going a little bit too far. We probably did not think of it that way. We just thought this song is about the beginning of time, right? Things are in their infancy. This universe is in its infancy. So just how much can we, like, just how simple can it get, right? And I have heard 1-note melodies before, El Sonidito, for example. If you guys know about that song, pim 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 pim, or like that one, like Hotline Miami soundtrack. What was it called? What was it called? I don't know. But yeah. Just 2 notes in this case. Starstruck ID. That was the starting ID from the ID Showcase set. Yeah. Basically, all of the IDs from the showcase are part of the album. The ID Showcase was meant to be foreshadowing of the album, basically. So like, without me telling you explicitly that it was that it was going to be an album. Chords. And then this is the main theme of this song. Dun, 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 dun. It's going to appear in the second drop later as well. Dun, dun. This is also the second build-up is basically all Alan Echo as well. The guitar is his. CDs will be up for purchase, so not quite yet, but they will go on sale starting Monday, June 15th. So yeah, stick around for that. You will be able to get CDs later this month. Oh. And then yeah, this second drop does have a little bit of a tie-in with What Lies Beyond. So in the second half of What Lies Beyond, in the background, there's this string ostinato in the left going bum, 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 bum. See if you can hear it. And then that is reprised in some way, shape, or form in the second drop. Right? So yeah, there are some ties to the album there. Right? Same thing. So like first you see that in the bass line. Bum, bum, bum. And then you see that being reprised in the melody. So like the bass line and the melody, it's all connected, it's all related. Bum, bum, bum. Brass salty riff. Bum, bum, bum. And then again, 5/1 cadence, same as What Lies Beyond. So like a coda basically. Return to the first theme. Return to the first verse. With guitars though, yeah. Guitars are nice. 2-note theme again. A couple extra bars. Big impact. And then this is where we start to see things develop in the visual. We see the leitmotif of this song here one last time. I think it's here. And then you can see the orbs start to rotate because we're gonna be coming in. There it is. That's the leitmotif of Prima Temporis. And we're going in, ladies and gentlemen. That's where we have to scroll down to the transitions. Transition to Woo Bar. Brace yourself. Cosmic Maelstrom. Maelstrom basically means a like storm, you know, like cosmic storm. A storm breaks just outside. Cosmic Maelstrom inbound. Iconic at this point. Second drop to me is basically what Astro Bass is, period. So peak. I see. This melody just came to me on a whim. Basically, just like random, like probably in the shower. Bum 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 bum. And I was like There is no way no one has thought of this before. The melody sounds like something that should have already been done. You know what I mean? Like some producer must have already done it for like Rocket League, for example. I must have heard it somewhere. Turns out, not really. Bum 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 bum. That combination of notes, at least in our circle, it wasn't taken. So there it is. And yeah, once again, first few moments of this new universe, things are gonna be chaotic, and like all sorts of like energy blasts, right? Lots of chaos. The humans see reflections of themselves. So you know how, like it is theorized. Well, not theorized. You can like see in black holes. Black holes reflect light. They refract light so heavily that you can see both the front side and the back side of the black hole because of how heavily they refract light. So if you were to head close to a black hole, you could see both your front side and your back. You could see your backside with your own eyes without having to look through a mirror. So yeah, this is just reflections of the humans as if you were in like a black hole and then you see you see yourself. You see like a mirror image of yourself. That's kind of that was kind of my thought process here. New mission, survive. Just get through it. So obviously the song title is a wordplay of this expression called "fucked up beyond all recognition," FUBAR, warped up beyond all recognition, because like getting warped around because it's like chaotic in here, and well that also made a very interesting acronym in WUBAR, because WUB, WUBs, dubstep. I know, funny. WUBAR, warped up beyond all recognition. Thought that vocal was saying goodbye. Where's the S in goodbye though? Sudbye? Survive. I don't know, I thought it was pretty clear. Like the humans were saying goodbye as they were heading into the storm or something. I see. Interesting take. So yeah, just taking that theme and developing it and like elaborating on it, like squeezing that theme to the extreme. Bum 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 bum. And then here, bum 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 bum. So this theme has two elements to it. It's not just the melody, it's the rhythm, it's the pacing, it's the like actual like spacing of the notes. So it's the notes on one side, bum 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 bum, and then there's the rhythm at which those notes play, which is so you combine the two, you get the main theme. Dun 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 bum bum bum. Now you can play with these two elements separately. You can play with the notes, the melodic content, and the rhythmic content. So you can do bum 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 bum. And so you can already like picture in your head, the notes aren't playing, but it's almost like you can hear the melody in your head. Dun, 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 dun. Right? I really wish the transition into Warped Up was baked into the end of Prima Tempore. Yeah, the reason why I didn't bake in the transitions was just so each song could be listened to on its own in streaming stores, because not everyone is going to want to listen to the full album in one go, right? So I made the decision to both submit, distribute the songs without transitions to streaming stores, and then save the continuous mix with transitions to YouTube and Bandcamp for those of you guys who want to like have that like more complete experience. But most people, they're going to be listening to the songs on shuffle, and if the song has a transition at the end, and then the transition and then like Spotify shuffles into a completely different track, and the transition no longer works if it's baked in, right? So I just like chose against that. And also, streaming platforms, you're not getting the full experience. You're not getting the transitions because you and your AI like investors, you can eat my entire ass. You want the full experience? Use Bandcamp. You buy it, you get the WAVs. That's it. No strings attached. All right. Let's keep moving. Just fucking nasty, evil. Bam, bam, bam. And then again, melody. But now it's got lyrics. You take me crashing down. So it's basically call and response all over again. The thing you know modus for, call and response. Just bam, bam, bam. That's the call. And the response, you take me crashing down. Call. Response. Strike through lights and dark. So here's small variation. So instead of going to dun 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 bam bam, we're not doing that last rise into the F, and we're doing a bum 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 bum. So we're doing a little bit of variation here. That one note, you know. Bam 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 bam. It's just call. And again, we're playing with the rhythm, but we're stripping away the notes. So now it's just spoken word. A storm breaks just outside, but it plays with the same rhythm. Bam, 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 bam. And I do believe there's actually like a square wave layered on top of that. Very subtle in there. Ding, dong, ding, dong, dong. But it's mostly a storm breaks just outside. But it's got the same pattern. Bam, 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 bam. And then perfect setup. So yeah, the pre-drop has the same pattern as the melody. Bam, 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 bam. Dun, ding, dun, 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 but without the notes. Same thing, call and response. The call is this. And response. Bam, 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 bam. Same thing. Slightly different instruments. So yeah, just heavy dubstep. Very fitting for something that's just supposed to be very chaotic and very dangerous, right? Variation on the theme. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. So now we're doing the same thing we did for drop 1 second half. Bam, 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 but just now in breakdown form, like a brass. So like nothing else. This is basically like brass solo. Will you ever go over how you make your visuals? Probably not on stream. Not for anything. Not because I don't want to, but like mostly for like technical reasons. This laptop, as powerful as it is, probably wouldn't want to handle OBS streaming and DaVinci Resolve, which is extremely demanding. Like my 4090 will be pegged if I open this. There's a high chance that my computer will just like blue screen. So for like technical reasons, I probably will not be doing that. Also, I believe we once tried to do like a stream where we made a thumbnail for a video on YouTube, and DaVinci just kept crashing because OBS was open. So, hi Opal! But yeah, the process of how I go about my visuals is pretty well documented. There's a video on my YouTube channel. It's called the VFX of New Year Protocol 9. I can actually just like I can just find it for you in here. The VFX of New Year Protocol 9. And granted, the visuals of New Year Protocol 9 aren't very up to date. They look kind of blurry and not very polished by today's standards, but the process is mostly the same, minus the upscaling. So I used to render my raw visuals at 540p, then upscale to 1080p for the edit, and then once the edit was done, I upscaled one more time to 4K. So I did two upscale processes, one at the raw render frame stage and one at the final stage. So I got rid of that first upscaling process, and now that I have a more powerful computer, I switched to just rendering native 1080p, and now I render with an alpha channel, with a separate alpha channel. So that means I can do basically like perfect transparency. So I can actually put the humans in front of stuff now. I can actually like properly layer my renders now. So there's literally a scene in Kindred Spirits. Well, this thing would have been impossible with the process I had with NYP9. With no alpha channel, this would have been literally impossible, because the dark human is one render. This is and the human with the wings in front, that's a different render. So it's two different renders, each with two different alpha channels. It would have been literally impossible, like physically impossible to do. And yeah, we got the Bejeweled music makes a return. Why did you make Woobar blue of all? Well, this goes for all colors, really. It wasn't really a story choice. It just it's more of like a synesthesia thing, just how I felt, what color I felt fitted that track best. So for example, Quest for New Wings, it's green. Because I was getting like from like Quad Zone stems, I was getting this like foresty feel. Forests are green, so you know that was the full extent of my choices. So it's just like, you know. I love how he turns there's that little light here, and the camera is handling it fantastically. There's that little light. I do have one lamp here, but it's just not enough. When I reform the studio a little bit, I will see if I can have like slightly more powerful lights, so I can be lit a little bit better. But still, I find it interesting how about half of the colors from my original codename graphic match up with the album colors. Like, we both thought What's Like to Fly was going to be orange. Yeah. All right. So, this is where we start to tie back into the theme of the album, the overarching leitmotif of the album, that one C Dorian scale. Well, that Dorian scale in any key. Yeah, we have vocals here. Future and past collide. You know, future, the humans from now, and the past, the humans from the past. So it's already foreshadowing that whole letting go, moving on theme of the album. That future humans are going to meet with past humans, and future humans have to let go, have to come to terms, and let go of the past humans. So future and past collide. And the shadows swirl and high was purely just to like justify the visuals. It's shadows of the humans swirling and hiding. It's literally that. So future and past collide ties into the story, and shadows swirl and hide ties into the visual. Because you can literally see shadows swirling and hiding. Micro drop. So first of all, we play out the theme from the song, from the individual song, and then in the second half of this breakdown, we play the overarching theme of the album. So bum 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 So it's basically the same theme. Da-dee-da. So there it is. So there's that tie-in with the rest of the album. I will also say, in addition to this tying in with the overarching theme of the album, this section was also heavily inspired by a specific section of a boss battle theme in Panzer Dragoon 2. The episode 3 boss in Panzer Dragoon 2, video game for the Saturn, based video game. You guys should check it out. There's a section that sounds pretty similar to this breakdown. It goes dun da 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 dun ding da 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 da. It goes like that. Here. I thought that was sick. I thought I would honor that as well. It's literally Modus Melody. Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe it's the other way around. That I've been playing Panzer Dragoon for so long that its melodies have just become embedded in my brain. And I even straight up ripped the sound font for that specific song, and I included this little pluck from the Panzer Dragoon theme. It goes bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. That like tiny thing there, I also added here. There it is. That's literally like straight out ripped from the game's audio files. And again. So yeah, it was both to honor that like soundtrack that I've been listening to my whole life, and then just it also fit in with the other way around. The main priority was to tie into the theme of the album, but also it just so happened to be that little thing. Same little like flat supertonic cadence here from before, from What Lies Beyond here. So here we have that same cadence. I think it's here. And then instead of resolving, it hangs around for a little longer for these couple extra bars. Bum bum bum, bum bum bum, bum 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 bum. This is basically median, flat, supertonic, and then it goes back to tonics. So this is 3, 2, 1. Bum, bum, bum. Which, by the way, bum, bum, bum. So this is just a more like stretched out version of that progression, of that bass line. Bum, 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 bum. So it's the same bass line, just like slightly stretched to be a little longer. The space and time you warp. Switch up to house. You know, as much storytelling as there is in here, you also have to like leave in some little spaces to just have fun and just add quirky little things that like make the track sound more grounded. Are you ready for the Are you ready for the Roughneck bass sample? It has no relation to the story. It's just fun that it's in there. Sometimes, like, as part of the project, yeah, you're trying to like tell a story and have all these little, but there's times where you just gotta add fun stuff into the track. Bum, 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 bum. Same thing here with the bass line. Bum, 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 bum. Funk. I added the like funk cowbell, the like 808 cowbell. Once again, sometimes you just gotta have fun. Bow, bow. Cool little offbeat there. Bum, 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 bum. Same thing. It's just in house tempo. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, I have very fond memories about this drop when I debuted it at Madrid, and people just like started jumping. Hey, hey! That was a standout moment of the whole night for me. For me, really, it was very validating, and it like really solidified this new style of music for me. It was like, okay, I know this works. People will like it. And also one thing about this whole album is that historically, if you've listened to some of my tracks, well, like most of my like earlier tracks, you will have noticed that I do tons of weird drum patterns and offbeats and things that just make the songs borderline unheadbangable. I wanted to change that. Chances are, except for maybe this song and possibly Starstruck, none of the other tracks in the album, well, maybe Primum Temporis. So like those three tracks are like the more like stage oriented tracks, like rave live stage oriented tracks, like DJ oriented tracks. But I still wanted to make the whole rest of the album just easier to follow, so you didn't have to like constantly like make calculations on your head on where the one was. So it's something that I've been increasingly worried about. Like it's something that I have tried to keep in mind more and more. Just make sure that you can just do this, bah, 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 because that's kind of like the foundation of EDM. It's just you being able to headbang to the track. So no matter what you do, just make sure that people can still go like that. And when we get to Kindred Spirits, you'll see what I'm talking about, like with an even stronger example. Because Kindred Spirits, that song was in the works for years, many years. I started it during the pandemic, so it was like May 2020. In fact, I have a reel coming up about this. Like there's like an apples to apples comparison of a 2020 render of the first drop of Kindred Spirits versus the final version now from the album. And you'll notice, apart from the mix being a little more rough, which is to be expected, one thing that's more apparent, at least to me, like even more apparent, is that the drums are all over the place. Like there's all sorts of offbeats and like weird little things that just don't really fit. And I don't really know what 2020 me was thinking. And at some point, I do remember this pretty vividly. I just, when I went to rework the first drop after I halted progress on that project for a while, I came back to it. I came back to revisit that song, Kindred Spirits, like 2 or 3 years later. And I was like, nah, I have to simplify this. I have to simplify this. And I eventually just forced myself to just kick, snare, kick, snare. No matter what you do, stick to kick and snare, right? And as I started to do, so like initially, my brain tried to resist that, but I forced it. And then as I started, so like there came a certain point where as I was reworking the drums, it started to fit. it started to right, and it just started to click. And at that point, it's kind of like when you like quit smoking. Well, I've never smoked in my life, so I wouldn't really know, but I would assume there comes a certain point. There's like a pivotal point at some point. there's like a pivotal moment where you go where it like all gets easier, right? So at first it's like really difficult to rid yourself of a bad habit, but then as you finally get through that first really hard bit, it all starts to simplify. So like you start to see that it works, right? And then that's when your mindset finally changes, and it's like, oh, okay. So yeah, like right now I have a very strong intent, like very strong focus on just keeping my drums simple. Even if I end up doing like drum offbeats at some point in the song, like Starstruck, the first drop is full of like syncopations. Quest for New Wings is full of syncopations in the first drop. But still, there's some element in there, a ride marking the tempo every time. In the case of Quest for New Wings, it's the like pluck. We'll get to that later. And then here, during the drop, we reprise the theme from the breakdown, which is the album's theme. Just the end of the song. Yeah. Storm evaded. We made it. We made it through. Then we step out of that orb and go onto the next story, so to speak. The orbs are not in order. So then again, because the color of the orb, so the way that I assigned the songs to each color of orb was purely like synesthetic and just was like purely instinct based. There wasn't really a lore reason for Starstruck being yellow, for example. The orbs are not in order, so you'll see them like rotate all the way around as you like pick another. No, it said Storm evaded. There it is. Storm evaded. Read. The storm evaded. If you told me the storm evaded was from a silent track, I believe you. It wasn't. I recorded that. Now I'm not sure if it was a text-to-speech sample or an actually like my voice, but I wouldn't be able to tell you now. But it was like I did that. There it is. The transition. What will others see when they picture us? So the whole theme of Starstruck, now that we're getting into Starstruck, is reflections and like how other people see myself, right? So now we've seen like all these like shadows swirling and hiding, but what will others think of me when they see me as this? Like we know what we look like, but someone else might have a different impression of, so it's all about like impressions, right? So what will others see when they picture us as the creator of this world? Because we are human, but we still created this world, right? Will others see us with apprehension because we're like basically godlike entity in this world now? And you'll see in the visual. The visual of Starstruck is basically the humans looking at themselves, like it's like how they think others see them, right? So there it is. This vision of themselves rises. By the way, for those of you who were wondering in the video, the crown of stars and dust is this. These aren't gatekeeper rings. This is supposed to represent like literally the crown of stars and dust. Eyes of fire they watch, and then they clench fists. There it is. So yeah, when it says hands of fate and war, they clench their fists. Stand tall. You're starstruck. So like you're getting starstruck at yourself, you know. You're being starstruck by your own perception of how others see you. Is basically the. So like if people see you like this, wow, I'm starstruck, right? Like I see myself as like, do others see me as a star? Can I give a complaint about the visuals here? Go ahead. We'll wait. I actually thought this was meant to be a boss fight against oneself when the song was teased as a single. I see. Humans battling themselves. I'm not sure if that would have made a ton of sense in the like tone, in the context of the Regnum Ultra, you know. The rings of the crown go through each other. Yes, that was a problem. And literally only you ever are going to notice it. I tried to fix it, but it was like just like, sure, I could have turned down the scale on some of the rings, but then the keyframing of the movements in the rings started going all haywire for some reason. But dude, at that point, you just go, are people gonna notice? No. No. The answer is no. It's like there's all sorts of little like of very small imperfections in the animation video, and I just made the conscious decision of it's not worth it, right? It's not worth re-rendering this entire bit. It's the material that makes it a problem to me. It's like heavy metal clipping through each other. If it was a ghost material, it'd make sense. Yeah. Here's the thing. I rendered, so there's actually two rendering engines here. The big human is not Corona, which is what I usually use. The big human is Octane, and the small human is Corona. I tried to use Octane again, but Octane was giving me this really ugly like noise pattern. So here, if you look at here, the like higher chest part, you'll notice that, well, on this one, there's so much noise here. There's a lot of noise. And the alpha channel, the way that Octane handled the alpha challenges wasn't very compelling to me. So this is the only shot there is in this entire thing that's made with Octane. I went back to Corona for all of the other shots. So like the previous shots of the humans with the like flashing lights, well, yeah, those are Octane, but then they have this like filter where like each frame, there's like motion trails on each frame, so it's less apparent. But yeah, like for this shot, this is Corona, and everything else in the video is Corona. Yeah, I tried to use Octane to see if the GPU acceleration would make it faster to render, but it really didn't make that much of a difference. So I eventually just went back to Corona. It takes a while longer to render the frames, yeah, for sure. But it just, I'm willing to accept that because the visuals look exactly the way I like them. The way the rendering engine renders glass and all that is just perfect for the modus visuals kind of thing. So yeah. Sorry, I paid too much attention to visuals on Control V since it's, yeah. Literally only you ever will notice this. Okay? Alright, we can go back to the to the commentary now. So here, as you see, the drum pattern here is slightly syncopated. Bam, psh, bam, psh. So it's one, psh, 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 psh. So it's like very slow drum and bass. but like really stretched out. Ba, 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 ba. But yeah, this did give me a pretty cool chance to just hang out with this sick sustain for a long time. You know, that carries a lot of energy. The modus pattern. I have used this pattern extensively. Oh, by the way, one thing I didn't mention in the intro, the chiptune intro that went viral. This is an abridged version of the album motif. Bam 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 bam. Bam 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 bam, but it should be bam da da dim bam bam bam, right? So it's it is a like slightly abridged version of the album motif. And then there's another thing in the chiptune intro itself. Bam 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 bam. The acid bass does that. That's actually a reference to my previous album, No Limits. So let me pull that up. No Limits, Modus. No, the song itself is Takeoff. That's the intro of the previous album. Will we get Takeoff? Yes. So here I decided to reprise that, you know, honor my past. Bum, 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 bum. I did my homework to this song during production stream, so now I think about homework when I listen to it. This is the homework song now. The song's perfect for working. I low-key found the opening of Star Trek a bit cheesy at first. Me too. I thought I would eventually have to replace it with something else, but then I was like, but it kind of works. And then when you reprise it, so if the chiptune intro just happened once here and then never again, if none of these sounds happened again later in the track, it probably would have felt a little bit more foreign to the track, like it didn't really have a reason to exist. But then in the second build-up, all of those elements are reprised again. So this kind of like legitimizes the chiptune intro at the beginning. So. So we get a variation on the album theme, a reference to No Limits in there. So same thing here. I'm playing with separating. So the leitmotif has two sections to it. Has the notes and then the patterns, the rhythms. So here, bum 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 bum. The notes are bum 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 bum, and the pattern is bum 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 bum, right? And so here, have that. So in the form of like this like metallic bass step, so it's almost like your brain fills in the gap for that melody. Maybe it's because it was less modus per se. The thing is, yeah, with this whole thing, I also kind of wanted to expand the definition a little bit of what modus can be, because the more you limit yourself and your sound choice, your sound palette, the less creative you are in the end. So you kind of like have to like be diverse and just find ways to innovate within your sound. I'm curious how that correlates to the sound design here. Like, do they see as very joyous, or does the drop being darker imply something? Yeah, at first, this is like this like very playful thing. Like, okay, we're gonna see a reflection of ourselves. I'm wondering how others see me, and then they see this big, imposing thing. Whoa, right? So it's kind of like that like just like genuine curiosity of wondering what other people like, how other people see you, and then when you actually see what they think of you, yeah, it's like the realization is like, whoa, yeah, like being like slightly intimidated by your own perception, by how others perceive you, right? Stand tall because you're starstruck. You're starstruck. Like that chime post saying, "I'm not a god nor a genius, and I don't want others to see me like that." Pretty much, yeah. Like I've been getting DMs from people saying, "Oh, you're like such a god," and like I couldn't possibly hope to do music the way you do, and it's just like, don't do that. Don't do that, because you're setting yourself a like false precedent of how far you can go, and just don't treat me as as like a god or as this like unreachable entity that you gotta like kiss the feet of. No, just don't. I'm a human being, okay? I came from a mother like anyone else. Okay, I have a brain just like you. Put it to use. I eat and I shit just like you, okay? Playful 146 BPM. My final track is the signature modus track. Here's the thing. Starstruck was actually not supposed to be Starstruck at all. So first off, this was going to be this was designed to be the demo song for my next sample pack. Eventually, it just kind of like turned into its own thing. And that's when I first named the song Starbirth, and then from there it switched to I changed it to Starstruck. Yes, this was originally supposed to be Mega Nova, and then it wasn't. And then I came up with a much more bespoke, let's say, so like this song doesn't really scream sample pack. It's just a Modus song, right? The other demo track for Mega Nova definitely, like the final demo track for Mega Nova definitely does scream a lot more. Mega Nova, like it's just right in your face. Mega Nova, right? This one not so much. This could just like pass completely unnoticed as to being a demo track. So yeah, this was originally going to be a demo track for a new sample pack. Eventually, I just turned it into its own thing. I first named it Starbirth, then it became Starstruck. So here, during the second half of this first drop, once again, we see that like slightly varied, like slightly different version of the album. Bum, 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 bum. And the next few notes should be bum, 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 bum. And I went a slightly different way. I went a couple notes up instead of just bum, bum, bum. You accidentally leaked the name of the song. I don't remember how, but I knew it was called Starstruck way before the name. Yeah, the thing that happens is that when I so usually on this top left little like window here, I can type in anything here. I can say hello chat. I can just put that on the song title. And as you can see, that just becomes the song title. But then the name of the actual .flp file on the computer still stays the final song name. So when I was working on Starstruck, the name of the FLP was Modus Starstruck. But what I put here was codename Chords. So you guys didn't actually see the name, but then when I went to record anything with Edison and I dropped it back into the playlist, it gets saved with the name of the FLP file. So that's why it said Modus Starstruck. So I kind of leaked, I kind of accidentally leaked it myself by just not taking that into account. If you pay attention in the Tell Abyss breakdown, you'll see some samples that are called The Final Frontier. That was months before it came out. But the funny thing is that The Final Frontier was finished before Tell Abyss, and yet Tell Abyss released before The Final Frontier. Funny. What do you think about? Extra, I think it's 8 extra bars to the drop. So this is a 40 bar drop instead of 32. Just thought it was fun. Na 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 da. Da 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 da. So already from the very end of the first drop, we're already teasing what's gonna happen like a whole minute later with the second drop. Right? So we see that. So you don't know it yet, but that theme is gonna become the main thing of the second drop. Again, album theme. Dun, dun, Dorian scale. And then it like slightly deviates here to fit the needs of the song itself. Dun, bum, bum. This is actually this chord. This 6 chord is actually a little callback to Superluminal. It's the tiniest callback to Superluminal because Superluminal uses the sharp superdominant quite a lot, and this is also a sharp superdominant. So like the main thing of Superluminal is using the sharp superdominant. So here, tonic, sharp 6. So yeah, this is sharp superdominant and then standard superdominant. So yeah, little like tiny nod to Superluminal there. Arcs. Again, the chiptune elements being here again kind of legitimizes the chiptune intro existing. And then here, during the build-up, once again we see na na dee da dee na na na. So that justifies the motif of the micro drop here. Did the cutest beeps. Reprise to the first drop, back to the micro drop. So yeah, all about contrast. Tiny, tidy, just teeny tiny, and then big, large. So it's almost as if the micro drop is like the small human. I don't know if you can see my cursor very well here, but like the micro drop is like the the micro drop is like the call from the small human, and the big stabs are the the response from the big human. So the call from the tiny human, and then the response from the big one. Yeah, really cool to think about. Nice little bit of sound design there. And now, chords, jazz. I wonder what happens if we both plan to make visuals for some one day. We would have too many differences. We wouldn't be able to put aside our differences. We would just beef over visuals, dude. But why are you doing it like this? No, why are you doing it like this? This is so ass backwards. Because to be fair, I like there's when it comes to the like VFX world, there are certain conventions on how the like process of VFX works, right? How the like VFX pipeline is like very well like a very well established like canon that you must follow. I do not know that. I just whatever render frame. So like I just invented my own pipeline, and it probably like an actual VFX artist will look at my work and be like, what the heck are you doing? This is so not like what you should be doing. This is so not like the pipeline, you know? I'm a good collaborator, don't count my freak run crash outs. I was depressed because of my leg. Oh yeah, by the way guys, freak run, new game Token Machine is working on, and both Xylokill and I, we are closed beta testers. So like we test the closed beta. And I have the green light from Token Machine himself, from the man himself, to stream games, to stream runs of the closed beta of Freak Run. So how about we do that on Friday Chill? Just saying. We might just start off the first Friday Chill of my return with some Freak Run games, some Freak Run runs. How about that?
Of stars and dust, eyes of fire they watch, hands of fate and war. You're starstruck.
All right. So, okay, coming up. You know how in a lot of movies there's this like moment of like comic relief, right? Like at some point throughout this like very serious story, there's at some point like or like in some movies it's like a whole character. There's a whole character that's just in the movie to provide comic relief. This is basically that moment. It's like, wait, where's our wings? It's just fun, you know? Like we're all so used to this like very serious and very like neutral, serious demeanor of the humans. And for once, we get to see like a slightly more playful side of the humans. Wait, where's that wings? You're telling me this is the beach episode? All right. So quest for new wings. Very first thing that shows up is the main thing that's gonna be that the whole song is gonna be anchoring into. This whole song is all about recontextualizing. How does the same melody sound in two completely different like drum contexts? Because the first drop is full of syncopation, and that makes the accents on the melodies work a certain way. And then on the second drop, the whole thing like there's not as much syncopation, and it's just a more standard kick, snare, like more steady rhythm. And that changes, that recontextualizes the melodies don't change, but it gives the illusion that the accents on the melodies change. So here we see. So first we think that 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So like a 3/8, and the rest of the instruments makes us believe as much. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Right, just 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Remember when Quartzone said his last EDM track would be Aphelion? Well, maybe it was the last track where he actually produced dubstep, or like any sort of like EDM for that matter. The drops or like the EDM parts were all me. So Quartzone provided the breakdown, the second build-up, and then so like this whole middle part, this whole thing is basically all him, and then I took a number of sounds from this and I reused them in both drops. So like the whole track is sprinkled with Quartzone songs, but he never did a section with dubstep drums, for example, right? Or like with any sort of EDM drums. He used this like more acoustic drum set. Whereas I handle the EDM bits. Quartz done with EDM. Yeah, he's done. Yeah, he's become like disenchanted of the whole like EDM scene, and he has moved to something a little bit more acoustic. He calls it lorecore. It's that name goes hard. Lorecore goes hard as fuck. And yeah, in a way, this is a mix of Astro Bass and lorecore. Astro Bass lorecore. So yeah, there's all sorts of foresights and callbacks to themes within the song. So the song is calling itself back and forth, and it's foreshadowing itself back and forth in ways that are not always very apparent. So, for example, here, the bass line does bum 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 bum, which is one of the things that shows up in the first drop. Bum 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 bum, and then here again. Bum 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 bum. Then suspend that flat supertonic again. We just love flat supertonics in this house. Dun, dun, dun. Hang it out, and that's the pre-drop. What is that chord? Yeah, this is na na da da. So this is literally just. It's just C major over E flat major 7. So the whole thing is this. Jazz. Just so cool. Damn. Are we Jacob Collier yet, chat? Yeah, we just, like, it sounded so weird at first. But it's like the good kind of weird. It's like the kind of weird that grows on you after like 2 or 3 attempts. After you play it back 2 or 3 times, you're like, oh yeah. So again, the theme that permeates this song is na 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 na, and then the way the drum pattern changes beneath that plug recontextualizes the plug and changes the accents on it. Bum, 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 bum. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And then the whole drum pattern on this first drop is syncopated. Got some ethnic instruments here, so like Gulagoon, but also something different. Yeah, it's like, but like Gulagoon is a lot more ambient-y, whereas this has a lot more like driving force in the drums and a lot groovier. So here's the syncopation that I was talking about. So it's boom, bam, boom, bam, boom, bam, boom, bam. That's basically syncopation in music. It's when you have three hits, and number 2 is twice as long as 1 and 3. 1, 2, 3. So dun dun dun. So like the second hit is twice as long as 1 and 3. That's a syncopation. And here the drums are basically doing that. Boom, bam, boom, bam, boom, bam, boom, bam, boom. And that places the accents in a certain way in the time signature, like within the time signature, within each bar, it places the accents in a certain way. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So it gives off the illusion of being in 3/8. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. And meanwhile, what's happening in the visual is, the humans. So if you'll remember, at the end of NYP 10, when the humans step into this new world, the humans lose their wings. So now they have to get new ones. And they have to get matching wings. So they're just kind of like looking around the universe, or this galaxy more specifically. They're looking for all of these wings, and none of them match the wings that they used to wear. So it's like, I'm not quite sure, right? So they have to find their wings. Humans don't even need wings, bro. They can fly just fine. We'll check on that just one song from now. Yeah, they're basically going like wing shopping. They're going wing shopping. They're just looking at it and thinking, is this right for me? And then here comes Chord Zone's part. This is entirely his own idea. I didn't give him any like guidelines for what melodies to follow here. He just came up with his own melody and he played it. So like I basically gave him total creative freedom with this part. And he wrote this. Or did he? Because I did write this. I did write this as, or did he? I don't even remember, because I think, because it is here. I don't actually remember if this melody is actually mine or his. I'm pretty sure it was his, and then that's when I added this. Pretty sure this is his. And then I had this like cello placeholder. Yeah, because, okay, the first few stems he sent me were these. With this, what's this synth called? Breath? No. Celeste? No. What's this? It's like this very popular MIDI sound synth. I don't actually know that. I don't remember the name for this. Brightness. It's like this MIDI preset that's called Brightness, and it's this very recognizable sound in like retro gaming. It's this like breathy pluck. So he first sent me that, and then that's when I decided to place that melody over this. And first I did it with a cello library as a placeholder, and then I asked him, please play this with your own cello, because it would be cool. Yeah. But yeah, this melody is his. Because I would have never thought of doing what follows next. What do you mean B minor here? What do you mean? Na, na, ni, na, da, da, na. What do you mean, bro? Ah. So cool. I just love when either an instrumentalist or a vocalist does little like decorations like that. So whether it's an instrument or like vocals, like like Torin comes to mind with Till Abyss. There's this or like Violet Comer with both Best of Us, but especially All Will Be Fine. She just did these like very quick decoration notes that just feel so pleasant. Ah, bliss. So originally Chord Zone sent me this drum pattern as in basic boom dun dum bzz dun dum ba dun bzz, right? And then I just I rewrote this drum pattern a little bit. So it was a little bit more like fast-paced. And it still follows that 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, that like 3/8. 1. And here is where we start to actually change the whole. Here's where we started to turn the whole song on its head. Because now it's bam 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 bam. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. There's still that 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, right? But the emphasis is no longer in that 3/8. Now it's slower pace. So now the accents are more separated. 2, 3, 4. Now it reads more like a 4/4. 1, 2, 3, 4. But like in triplets, 1, 2, 3, 1. So like a 12/8. No, yeah. What? 12/8. 1, 2, 3. No, 6/8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But it reads more like 4/4 in my mind. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is my chance to recontextualize all of the melody material that we have to work with. There it is. There's the wings that they were looking for. I'll take those. So there it is. So now it reads kick, snare, steady, kick and snare, right? Ba dun dun ba dun dun ba. And it reads a lot more like 4/4. 1, 2, 3, 4. But if you were to layer the lead from here to the flute in the second half of the first drop, you'll notice that the timing of the melodies has not changed at all. Na, 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 na. That is exactly the same timing in here. It feels different because the drum pattern is different. Na, 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 na. If you were to just mute the drums and put the drums from the first drop here, you would notice the timing is exactly the same. So it's just recontextualizing the melody with different accents on the drums. And that's what really gives the song its variety. Not so much changing the notes themselves, but changing the drums. So it's like a whole like paradigm shift of what if instead of changing the notes, we changed the drums and changed the context in which these melodies play. And it gives you that illusion that the melodies have changed when in fact they haven't. The drums have changed. And then we get this little tease of this new theme. That's gonna show up at the end. very video game-esque. That na 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 na. Very like like whimsical forest. Na 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 na. Same jazzy chords. Ah, the hanging chords. So the chords hang around, they sustain for a while, and as they fall, the growl takes more protagonism. Wom 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 wom. And then here. And look at this. So now this brings the song, the whole song full circle, because the very thing that we started the song with is what ends it. That appears at the very end again. Brings the song full circle. Again, we're playing with separating the rhythm of the notes with the notes themselves. Bum 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 bum. So your brain fills in the gap of na 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 na. Piano solo. So if you've seen me work on this song live, which I have many times, you'll see you might remember that this piano solo was originally meant to be the breakdown, but then as Chord Zone sent his stuff in, we thought, hey, no, this should be the breakdown. We should save this for the outro. So yeah, there was a like last minute change there. Hello, Mr. Video. There you go. Oh, one thing that you might not have noticed, because it is pretty subtle, is that now, so the first time when the galaxy first shows up, it's just on its own. You see nothing else. The galaxy and then the orbs start to appear. But then in the outro, the galaxy appears again. But now you'll see this like these like trails, these like comets. There, one, another one. That I actually intended for that to be the humans flying around. It might not be entirely obvious, I fully admit, but I intended for those trails to be just like a wider shot of the humans just flying around. So basically, like they just did in this shot, but now from afar, from the galaxy scale. Now you just see their little trails, and those are supposed to be the humans. May not be obvious, but I did try. Bum, bum, bum. And now you'll notice that when we come out of the orb, so here when we first come into the orb, the first two tracks of the album, they're not wearing their wings, and then when we come out of the orb, there it is. Now they have the wings. So it's that little like continuity detail. All right, here it goes. What it's like to fly. Got some chaos in there. Oh yeah, because these are there were some samples here that I had to recover here. Just don't pay too much attention. This is just there it is.
Deep breath.
Mimi's vocals have matured so much. I'm so happy with this.
Deep.
I never noticed that. Well, now you do. Now they're, yeah, it's the kind of thing that you don't notice. But then when you do, it's like, I thought of it. Why the heck is this song red? It's not red. It's orange, man. It's orange, my dude.
Deep breath. Take it in.
Okay, so honestly, when I was assigning the color of the orbs to the songs, I first assigned the ones that I knew were going to be that color. So Starstruck Yellow was probably the first. Quest for New Wings was the second. Green, because we knew it had that like forest vibe. Warped Up Beyond all Recognition got blue. Final Frontier got purple. Then Kindred Spirits got teal, and Stay With You got red. And then the last one that was remaining was What's Like to Fly. So it had to take orange. So just like by purely like, what's it called? Descarte in Spanish. So like discarding, right? So the orange one was eventually like the last one remaining, and that's What's Like to Fly went to. And well, just the planet here being orange, you know, that certainly helps. Process of elimination. You guys have, like, the English language is supposed to be all about like economy, like language is economy, simplifying everything, saying everything in like saying things in the least amount of words possible, and then you get process of elimination, which in Spanish is one word, descarte. Jesus. That's cyan, not teal. Okay, color expert.
Take it in.
Well, internally in Cinema 4D, I had names for these orbs. So like I assigned tags for the orbs so I would know which color they were, and like internally in my Cinema 4D project, I just had this one named teal. It doesn't matter as long as I was able to recognize it.
Ready.
So well, this song, there's a lot of themes and all that, but the lyrics just tell you everything you need to know about the song. The message of the song is in the lyrics.
Then follow me.
Deep breath, take it in. We're gonna be flying around the universe. Follow me. And I'll just leave Miss Lena to sing you the message of the song.
I know it's been hard, but you're here now. This new world's your backyard, so let's have some fun.
Yeah, there it is. I know it's been hard, but you're here now. This new world's your backyard. So let's have some fun.
There is beauty in silence.
I just love this bit. And the reason for it is Messina sings, "There is beauty in silence." Well, I wrote the lyrics and then she sang them. But the lyrics here sing, "There is beauty in silence." And then when she says silence, the song actually cuts to silence.
There is beauty in silence.
It's just such a tiny little detail, but it's so appropriate. Hi Sky, what's up? Definitely your best performance. Same, dude. Same. Like Save Me already, like both Mirage and Save Me were already like, I knew she was getting better, and then this happened. I was like, damn, you've peaked. You've reached peak.
There is beauty in silence.
There is beauty in silence.
Hope in the darkness.
There is beauty in silence. So this is referring to the humans being an entity of few words, right? They like to keep their speaking to a minimum. You know, like basically speaking in like telegram form. That's how they've always spoken in NYP, and the same thing they are doing it now.
There is hope in the darkness.
There is hope in the darkness. Self-explanatory. I don't think I need to explain that one.
There is hope in the darkness. There is warmth in the coldness.
There is warmth in the coldness.
Your proof.
Your proof. Your proof that there is hope in the darkness and that there is warmth in the coldness. Don't have to explain that one. Will this VOD be available for all, or do I gotta pay? Remains to be seen, but chances are I will leave it up for you guys to watch.
Do you know what it's like to fly?
I'm in love with this melody, dude. Na, 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 din, din, din. It's so simple because the like range of the melody is so small. It's such a reduced range. Like it's the whole melody is within a fifth. It's a fifth. Any human can sing that, and so the more limited the range of the melody is, the easier it is for people to sing it. Because the there are songs that the melody has this crazy highs and these super deep lows, and that makes it really hard for a human to like try to like sing it back or like hum it, right? Just this has a very very reduced like register
Do
range.
you know what it's like to fly?
Super easy to sing and just bliss.
Like to fly.
Very satisfying.
To hold your heart up to the sky. Time stops and I can't help but feel alive.
Time stops and I can't help but feel alive.
I'm keeping this feeling forever inside.
Keeping this feeling forever inside. The feeling of what it's like to fly, that is. Oh. And there is just the theme. Dun, 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 dun. So the main theme of the song was already written. And yeah, the acoustic guitar. I don't know. I just I'm from Spain. I am Spanish. I was born here, raised here, and well, acoustic guitar, as you'll know, is a very it's an instrument that gets very heavily associated with Spain and like Spanish culture, flamenco, lots of guitar, right? Lots of acoustic guitar. Some people call it Spanish guitar, guitarra española here. So I just thought, all right, let's put some of that Spanish vein in here. I might. Hello. It hits. It does. And that's because, once again, it provides this contrast. When the guitar plays, it's this very mid and high and focused instrument, right? It's very plucky, very very minimal, like not very overt, not very intense instrument. So like a lead has tons of energy. The guitar is like a little bit more mellow, and there's no bass. There's no bass, and so that then precedes this huge wall of sound, bong, with big bass, right? So there's contrast. There's contrast. There's small, big, and that's what adds that energy to the song. Lots of like dynamic range. Another visual nitpick of mine was here, where the rings are dark because of the shadow. You can see stars where the dark ring should block. Oh, here? Like here? Where the ring should block. So it gives the appearance of a cut-off ring. I'll have you know, the planet... okay, so like most of the like space scenery, I recorded using a program called Space Engine. So if the stars being visible through the rings is not actually a me thing, it's a Space Engine thing, and I trust Space Engine, the like Space Engine devs, the like engine that they've written. They probably they probably know something that we don't. It's a Space Engine problem. Like maybe. In actual space, like, do you know if in actual space, if the rings of a planet are in darkness, they still block? Well, yeah, because they would be asteroids, right? So like if you were to zoom in far enough, you would see the asteroids in here, and they would be blocking, like, because they're like physical objects. But hey, it's a Space Engine thing. I just found this really cool planet. I angled it so like I found the right camera angle, just recorded like a full like day cycle of the planet. So I had a lot of material to work with there. I was about to use Space Engine for the combination of it, but then I didn't like its look and logic, so I made everything myself. Well, yeah, the thing with Space Engine is it fits the look of my visuals. So, and here the shadow, the humans being in shadow and then getting like covered because of the shadow. This is all manual. There are no lighting changes in the render. This is just a static loop of the humans flying. So I did this entirely by just playing around with the alpha channel and the transparency of the beauty paths. So just here, I phase out the beauty paths and just leave the alpha channel. So like the actual like border, the silhouette, and I painted the silhouette in this like gradient of brown and black. And then I just I keyframed that mask. So as the song is playing, you see that the mask fades out, and eventually I fade the beauty pass back in. So this is all manual keyframing work to get the human render to sort of mimic the lighting conditions that are changing because of the planet. The flow on top of everything really makes everything glue together.
To hold your heart up to the
The glow.
time stops.
Yeah. For sure. And then the fact that the glow reacts to the percussion of the songs. Those are all manual, by the way. There are manual clips. There are manual adjustment clips placed on every kick and snare of every song. I got to experience a little bit of your pain with the little like Game Boy visual that you had on the previous termination video, where you like automated all of the buttons manually. I had to do this with the glow reaction on the percussion for every song. So I got to experience a little bit of your pain.
I'm keeping this feeling inside.
We've already been through this part.
I'm keeping this feeling
Reprise of the vocals.
inside.
Possibly one of my proudest lead melodies, like lead movements here. And then how the piano takes over the lead. Or the piano follows the lead, right? So it's like the piano and the lead complementing each other, so like calling and responding to each other. He comes in for that one last hurrah.
Why so shy?
I do a render of only the drums and then use Keyframe Assistant to do an automatic keyframe to the drums. Can you do that with DaVinci? Does DaVinci have a Keyframe Assistant? Well, like, not so much keyframe, but a way to place adjustment clips on each beat, on each drum hit. Because what if I want to... So the thing is, the glow isn't being keyframed. It's an adjustment clip that has the glow pre-applied with a fixed set of parameters, and I'm just playing the adjustment clip and like fading out the adjustment clip. So there are no keyframes involved. So all I have to do is just clone the adjustment clips. Can loop keyframes in Fusion. I don't doubt it. It's just that the simplest way for me to do it, even if a little tedious, the simplest way for me to do it is to just set up an automation clip that has a fixed set of parameters and effects, right? And just like clone them around and fade it out. All right, so vocal takes over from the intro. It's the same melody.
Something's easy.
So
Why so shy?
why so shy?
Something's easy at you and you don't know why. Emotions run high.
Only if you have the stems, which I do. I do have stems for everything here. I did stem mixing in all of these tracks.
Something's easy.
Something's eating at you and you don't know why, which is going to be reprised later. So here it's first being sung and then it gets spoken in the other part of the breakdown.
At you and you
Later in the
don't
breakdown.
know why. Emotions run high. But there is beauty in silence.
Reprised, but there's beauty in silence. There's hope in the darkness. And then here that this last line is a little different. There's a smile in the worst of times.
There's a smile in the worst of times. It's true. Do you know what it's like to fly? To see something you can.
I love this little harmony. Na 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 to see something you can't describe.
To see something you.
Like just below the top line. To see something. There's to see something you na 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 na. That's just such a cool little movement.
To see something you can't describe. Time stops, and I can't help but feel alive. You set my heart on overdrive.
Well, guitar strikes again. And here comes the spoken word. I don't think I've ever done spoken word before on any track. Like this was the first time that I did spoken word in a song, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. So for this part, Messina recorded her vocals, and then I heard her vocals, and I thought I'd tag in as well. So I also recorded some lines of my own, just like saying the same thing, and just layered myself underneath. So this is both me and her speaking here. Something's eating at you, and you don't know why.
Something's eating at you, and you don't know why.
And all of this while playing over this super like Disney sounding breakdown. Na, 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 na.
Something's eating at you, and you don't know why.
Yeah, like Disney musical type beat.
Something's eating at you.
You don't know why.
Here's the truth. Keep it with you forever inside.
There it is. It gets mentioned. It like gets actually mentioned in the lyrics. The truth gets mentioned here.
The truth.
Here's the truth. Keep it with you forever inside. I'm keeping this feeling forever inside.
Here's the truth. Keep it with you forever inside. Look up and realize.
Whoa. Oh yeah, new human. I just saw that new alert come. Oh yeah, we got new alerts by the way. Enough. Thank you. Congratulations. I just trolled you. I just trolled all of you. Yeah, we have a new sound on the board. It's a Discord call sound. I just trolled all of you. Oh, be right back. Paul is calling me. All right, so what the guitar first played here. Now Messina takes over that.
Look up and realize.
So it's just call and response. It's right there. look up and realize you need no wings to fly. And if you're thinking, but like, do they need wings to like physically fly? It's if you're thinking about the like material, the like literal sense of the phrase, you're missing the point. This is more like just like metaphorical. Look up and realize you need no wings to fly. Is that you really can achieve anything you set out to do. It's basically the message. When you're starting out as a music producer, you don't need this like fancy equipment. All you need is a laptop and a mouse, you know, and some headphones, and you're set. Right? You need no wings to fly, dude. Why were they shopping for wings if you don't need wings to fly? Well, here we see them realize them. They look up. They're physically looking up, and they realize we need no wings to fly. And then the same sequence from before. So at the end of Quest for Wings, here, see them flying with the wings. They're flying around space. We've got the wings, and very importantly, like, pay attention to the fact that they're flying left. They're flying leftward in this direction, right? And now, in the second drop of What It's Like to Fly, it's the same sequence without wings on the opposite direction. So now they're flying right in the other direction. Yeah, I thought that was a cool little detail. Heavier. On flying. Once again, we come back to the whole, it has to be followable. It has to be just steady rhythm. No weird surprises. Just so you can do this to the beat. There are offbeats, but they're few and far between enough that you don't lose the rhythm. Tempo slowdown. Big chord at the end. You zoom out. And then on to the next one, Kindred Spirits. We got some more things here of samples that I probably should have faded in. Oh, here. Look at that. Maybe this is the instrumental version. This should be from the instrumental version, and it picked out the wrong sample. I haven't opened this project in like a couple months, so yeah, things are gonna go awry. So this is where we start to really get into the deeply philosophical, like emotional aspect of this thing. They're starting to realize that the time they have with their past selves is starting to run out, and they're starting to, you know, ask themselves all these questions. Will you think of me after I'm gone? Oh, there it is. Sorry about that. I had to F12 because there's a lot of things going on here. Okay, never mind. Kindred Spirits is my favorite track. Okay, so here we immediately see a very striking scene. Something you've never seen before. You see the winged human. So this is supposed to represent like current humans, and this like glow. So so it like glows, but it's like anti-human sort of things. It's like the like black lightsaber in Star Wars. It like glows, but it's also black at the core, right? So it glows, but it's missing the white channel. So this is actually just a regular render. So this human in the raw render looks exactly like this one, minus the wings. I just took away the luminance channel and I just left the RGB. So when that shines through the alpha channel, which is completely black, it looks like this is like a dark human, like the dark counterpart. And this is where we really start to get into the. This is where we really start to get into the. You know what Warped Up Beyond All Recognition said like 5 tracks ago? Future and past collide. You know.
When we count to the days.
So this is current humans and their this represents their past selves,
Ain't who I gotta be.
and they have to let go of them.
There's more to be whole than just the truth in me.
And just listen to the lyrics. Again, the lyrics say everything
Who I
here.
do you recall?
It's basically the humans talking to their past selves. The lyrics are just that. Do you recall when we danced with the stars? That's actually a reference to Val's Galactica, the cover art where the humans, where the couple is like dancing on the surface of a planet. Do you recall when we danced with the stars? Reference to Val's Galactica.
When we danced with the stars.
We count to the days.
Count to the days.
When there were still
When
days
there
to count.
were still days to count.
You know, before the protocol came in and just messed it all up.
Who I was. Ain't who I gotta be.
This is possibly one of the most important moments of the whole album. These two lines.
Who I was. Ain't who I gotta be. There's more to be whole than just the truth in me.
Who I was isn't who I have to be. There's more to being whole than just the truth in me. Those are possibly the like 2 most important lines that really like define the whole album. It's I really can't explain. Like just there's no explanation for that. It's just that what he said.
I was.
Now the original lyrics were "Who I was isn't who I have to be," but that didn't quite fit in with the timing of the like how I wanted to time the lyrics. So I had to find a way to slightly abbreviate it. So I eventually went with "Who I was ain't who I gotta be."
Who I was. Ain't who I gotta be. There's more to be whole than just the truth in me.
And again, we're coming in with that just steady.
Who I was. Ain't who I gotta
So
be.
you can just do this to the song, you know?
There's more to be whole than just the truth in me.
Again,
Am I prepared?
super important.
Am I prepared? To love, to care, to trust myself.
Am I prepared? You know? The humans to themselves. Am I prepared to love, to care, to trust myself?
Am I prepared? To love, to care, to trust myself. To say goodbye when it is done.
You just don't know it yet, but it's being laid. Ooh, that was a voice crack. It's being laid out in front of your eyes, or in this case, your ears. To say, am I prepared to say goodbye when it is time?
To say,
Will you think of me after I'm gone?
to say goodbye when it is done.
So we're already teasing the fact that they're gonna have to let go if they want to move on. And well, a drop is a drop. that little offbeat at the end. I thought I'd show you the original 2020 render of this, so you can see just how much, well, both the mixing, but most importantly, the drum pattern has changed. The drum pattern has changed so much. So this is Kindred Spirits, as it was in 2020, May of 2020. So yeah, this is 6 years old. This render is 6 years old. And the name MMIY, it stands for My Melody Is You. That was the original song name for this, was that. And it used to be more just like a love song more than anything else. But then I eventually changed the lyrics to be a lot more related to the album and just the whole theme of letting go. So here, the sign plucks were a bit crushed, opposed to here, you know. But those are just like minor details. Drums were completely different here. Superstars were a lot more prominent, a lot more sustained. The structure of this whole thing was a lot different as well. The drums were a lot teenier, they're not as fat. Pay attention to the drums, and you tell me if it's as easy to follow as the final version. First bit, okay, but then, double kick, and then like triple kick there. What the heck, right? Okay. No? There's so many unnecessary offbeats. And well, you know, the mix and the sound palette are slightly different. Lots of double kicks, you know? What? There used to be no impact here. The ending of the piano phrase here is also totally different. Here. So it eventually landed on that same F minor that the second drop has, but it lands a lot, like it modulates into F a lot sooner than it does in the final version. Like there's a whole new section here, and there's a whole lot of modulation before we eventually arrive at that F in the final version. But yeah, just the final version is just... kick, snare, kick, snare, kick, snare, kick, snare. Get rid of the unnecessary. Just less is more. Right? That one offbeat though, that was very important. In fact, this was very legitimizing when I saw this. When I sent this song to Token Machine's feedback stream, when he first heard this offbeat, he didn't really like react to it because obviously it was the first time that offbeat had appeared, right? But then the second half of the song came in, and he was still bopping with his head. And then when the offbeat came again here, he anticipated it. And if you see that VOD, if it's still up for somehow, if you can find that VOD where he reacts to the song at first, he actually anticipates the offbeat on the second time and he reacts to it. So the second time around, he actually does. And he anticipates it, and that was very legitimizing because like setting it up and then paying it off later, and it worked. Like it works. It's proven to work. So yeah, and then the second half of the drop is literally just the same, like copy and paste of the first half, but now it has Tiago's vocals. Tiago, by the way, fucking knocked it out of the park with this, dude. What the heck, dude? To that part of me, I say. I honestly like the double kick. Made it too complicated, dude. Like, there was a time when I loved it. Now it's just like, simplify, 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 simplify. Because you can be as technical as you want with everything else. So like, on top of the drums, the basses, the sound design, you can be as fucking complex with that as you want, as long as the drums stay steady. The drums have to be as less is more, definitely. We got some ad-libs in there. Then he had this ad-lib, which I thought I would reprise in the form of this like blurred synth. So. So now that piano ends in a slightly different way, so I can go back to the Am I prepared?
Am I prepared? Am I prepared?
This bit.
To love, to give, to trust myself.
Reharmonization, huh? I also have a reel coming up about this, so I don't have to explain it that much here, because you'll see that reel anyway. I made a whole reel on how I reharmonized this breakdown compared to the first version, the first chord progression of this thing. So. Boom, 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 boom. And then here it's a chromatic movement. Boom, 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 boom. So it lands. So it starts and lands at the same place. It's just at the same places. It's just the way to get there is different. So I've made a reel with the like whole approach to how to reharmonize this. It basically involves isolating each note of the vocal top line and just thinking about all of the possible chords that could possibly hit that note, right? In any capacity. And then once you've ruled out the rest, then you can start to like pick and choose. It's basically like a brute force method that you can do even if you don't have perfect pitch, even if you don't know music theory. So stay tuned for that reel when it comes out. So we have the same lyrics here. Am I prepared to love, to care, to trust myself? And then here we get to the whole thing, the whole theme of the song, which is in the transition. It said, will you think of me after I'm gone? Here. Will think of me after I'm gone. And here, same thing. And when you're gone. And when you're gone. You'll be gone.
and you'll be gone.
What do you think of me?
Will you think of me? Of me?
That was the setup that I needed to transition into F. Yeah, by far is best. Cool little detail. Na, 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 na. It's the who I was and who I gotta be.
Who I was and who I gotta be.
So there's a little reprise there. Na, 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 with a little variation at the end. Who I was. Again, a drop is a drop. Again, steady, steady. Less is more. Go! Absolute cinema. Just gonna stand and do this.
Will you think of me?
Yeah, that took some work. So here's the thing here. That the last modulation I actually had in mind since like very early on. Like the very first few renders, I had a little like piano at the end. Maybe not in a render, but there's a chance that the original piano modulation that I wrote for this might still be in the Kindred Spirits project, just in like hidden away, like in like the automation hell section. Because I don't usually delete the original melodies even after I've replaced them. I sort of like keep them in the project for like archival like purposes, because then I know that in the project breakdown I'll have to bring them back up. But here, this last modulation where it keeps going up and the chords keep raising, that I had in mind. Maybe not this exact way. The chord modulation that I initially planned was a little bit different, because it ended in B major. Na 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 na. Na da da. Da, da. Oh yeah, because it ended. Okay, so here, the second drop initially was planned to all be F, and then transition back to A flat major, like here with the I'm with you, right? And then at the end of that drop, there would have been na 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 na, and then na 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 na, like that. Yeah, that was the original thing that I had in mind. So. So, and then I had, and then I had, and then I had, that's what I had in mind initially. So, at first, it was supposed to modulate a couple more times than the final version, and then eventually it would land on the B major. So, that was the idea originally, but then when I set up the when I had the idea to transition into E flat major halfway through the drop, that no longer worked. So I had to find a different thing. And then I ended up doing this modulation that did raise the chords, but it eventually landed in the same place in E flat. Na, na, da, da. So we have na 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 na. So like this. And then till it comes full circle. So yeah, it's a slightly different version of the original chord modulation that I had in mind for this. But yeah, the first version no longer worked after I came up with the idea to modulate to E flat major here. Keep raising. So it starts with the low B flat, like B flat 0. Boom, 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 bum, 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 bum. And then I thought, what if it kept going up? And then that B flat. So here. The bass line starts here. And then I got to this B flat, and I was like, well, B flat, where can it go? B flat. We dropped frames for a sec. It's the stream fine now. It says no dropped frames for me, so it must have been on YouTube's end, not my end. So YouTube did a thingy. So I guess I'll just keep going then. Okay. So we started here. Up. And I arrived at this B flat, and I went B flat, the dominant for E flat major. You know? Just, yeah. it made so much sense. When I arrived at that B flat, it was like, I know what I must do now. So it all came out from the question of what if the bass line just kept going up. Which, by the way, this was actually an early test of something that's going to happen later in a full song. So there's just a full song that's all about what if the bass line keeps going up. You probably know where this is going, but I'll save it for when we get there. It made so much sense. And then just Tiago there, will you think of me? Just holding out that note. I did tell him to hold out that note. He actually held it for much longer than this. He held it for like at least twice as long. He held it for almost the entire drop, which is kudos. I almost felt bad for cutting it like less than halfway through, but it was kind of necessary because otherwise the lead, the leads, the na 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 da na na weren't coming through that much. So I had to cut it out at that point, right before that. But yeah, just for your information, yeah, like Tiago held out that note much longer than what made it into the final cut. Again, melody plays, but it's got no lyrics. Your brain is filling in the gaps. Your brain is instantly going, I'm with you, you're with me, right? And that's kind of what I want. This is kind of like a karaoke moment where, like, now it's your turn to go, I'm with you. And just like sing it out loud in your bedroom. there. So the same thing. What if it kept rising, but in this case it's the melody. So na 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 na. So yeah. So just what if it just kept going up? And then I just adapted the chords and the bass lines to whatever the melody was doing. Na, da, da. Little detail there. Because at the end of the first drop, there's that little piano. Na, da, da. So here again, I had to do that. Call and response like across different sections of the song. And there it is. So now the part that you were singing out loud, now Tego comes in and he like does you the favor, you know? It's all like songwriting choices. Tempo slow down. What do you know? This is also a golden opportunity because the song now ends in E flat major, which is the same key that the next song starts with. And I say starts with because it won't stick to E flat. So, same key, right? Yeah, it was a great opportunity to blend the two together. Okay, the interesting thing about Stay With You, the like whole concept of Stay With You was the notion that the song would start in one key and then modulate to another and then stay there. Right? So like the song starts and ends in E flat major, but for the most part of the song, the central 80% of the song is in B flat minor. Right? So like the song starts in the subdominant. But again, it's an illusion. It's all about illusions and deception. You think that the subdominant is the tonic here, but it's not. And well, again, the lyrics just kind of say it all, really. Will you raise the sun for me? Will you comfort me? Will you guide me through the endless night? Help me set the stars alight. Feel alive. So yeah, this goes back to what it's like to fly with the time stops and I can't help but feel alive. So, will you help me feel alive? Make me feel alive. So here's the thing. We're in the subdominant, and now we switch to the superdominant. And now that's the real tonic. That's the actual tonic of the song now. And we actually go back to E flat major momentarily, just to like subconsciously tell the listener, hey, you were wrong. This is actually not the tonic. This is the subdominant. It's right there. Help me leave my past behind. It's right there. I don't have to explain it. The lyrics do for me. Do that for me. I'm gonna burn these chains down. That's it.
And walk a new world until the end of time. Silence is your word.
I want to feel your touch and walk in the world until the end of time. Silence is your word. So, until the end, obviously, that's a nod to Semper at Finem and NYP10. Forever until the end, you know?
The world until the end of time. Silence is your word.
Silence is your word. Yeah, it's a reference to Semper at Finem, until the end of time. Until the end, Semper at Finem. And now you know that that's the subdominant. So you originally thought that that was the actual key of the song, but now it's just it's the fourth degree of the scale to the actual key, which is B flat. Now that's the tonic. Again, contrast. Call and response. Growl, wall of sound. Growl, wall of sound. Right? So it's just... That's what gives it the height, the energy. Even through the like more complex sections, there's still vital bass, super sauce. Ba 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 bow, ba 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 ba. Right? So even when there's like more complex patterns, the core foundation is still the same. Growl, chords, growl, chords, growl, chords. Growl, chords, growl, chords, growl, chords. And much like Kindred Spirits, the second half of the drop is just Control-C, Control-V, but now it has Shiri's vocals. Pretty cool vocals, very, very nice timbre. I want to stay with you. This is basically implying the dark past of the humans, right? The past version of the humans wants to stay, does not want to be left behind. But as much as it hurts, it has to be done, right? We must move on.
I'm gonna tear these things down.
And now this is just a small variation on the lyrics. So I'm gonna burn these chains down. Now it's I'm gonna tear these chains down. I wanna hear your voice now. I wanna hear you sing now. It's just tiny little changes.
Tear these things down. I wanna hear you sing now. I wanna know if I can feel love again.
I wanna know if I can feel love again.
I want to feel no fear of myself.
I wanna feel no fear of myself. This is also the theme is also going to reappear in all will be fine. Yeah, I fear nothing like I fear me, myself, and I. So this is already like happening here.
No fear of myself.
I wanna be able to not fear myself.
We fell down, got up, tried again.
You fell down, got up, tried again.
We fell down,
Made mistakes, but that's okay.
we made mistakes, but that's okay. It was worth the wait.
So yeah, this is already like about that stage of acceptance.
Mistakes, but
We make mistakes, but that's okay.
mistakes, but that's okay. It was worth the wait. It was worth it every way.
It's worth it every way.
I'll be making history.
I mean, in this brand new world where I'm the creator, I will make history. I'll make brand new history.
I'll be making history.
Maybe you choose a song of the album to be the first final song to be released on the internet of your album.
For me.
it just fit the description of what you asked for. You asked for a cinematic track that served as like a reference point for the people who were gonna be like participating in the termination community event, right? And well, this was what I gave you as that reference.
Making history.
All right, Sky, have a good sleep.
Raise the
Again.
sun for me.
Just that little
The sun for me.
minor third. And then this beautifully sets up this chord. So we've got right? And then we've got this. Normally, this would be because we're in the key of B flat minor, right? But so we're briefly going into F sharp minor here, and that sets up the change to D flat major. So right, I actually got this idea from, I think it was Death Stranding, the first one. I have just finished playing Death Stranding 2. Insane game, by the way. The soundtrack is really cool, but the first game already had a lot of that. And in the last song that plays during during gameplay, of the very last mission in Death Stranding is you have to bring your bridge baby, your BB is it is pronounced dead, and you have to bring it to the incinerator. So it's the like bridge baby that you've been carrying with you throughout the whole adventure. Now you have to bring to the incinerator, because if you don't, it's going to become it's going to necrotize, and it's going to become a BT. Death Stranding Kojima stuff. Okay. The thing is, there's a theme that plays there. It's called BB's theme. And there's a really cool modulation in there that also happens. And it's pretty similar because the theme also starts in B flat major this time. So it does. Right? That's what it does. And then it does. And then at some point there is a modulation that does pretty much the same thing. It goes to D flat major. Right? Like what? And then there's another bit where it also does the same thing. Right? And that was just like very eye-opening. I was like, yeah, let's do that here.
For me.
Na, 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 na. Again, Disney type musical thing. So yeah, like holding out that note. So like this. What do you mean? That's so cool. Liz Morales, hello. What's up? So the theme that's been playing since the very beginning, since the
Guide me through the endless night. Help me set the stars alight.
There it is, now in drop form. Again, you can almost feel the gap in your brain. And it's like your brain sings along. Guide me through the endless night, right? Just to keep hammering that melody home. No, it wasn't the right. And then again, reprise. Tempo primo. And now, so this is a rare case of I wanted to wait until the very end of the song for Sherry to sing the name of the song, right? So then I switched out the I want to feel your touch for I want to stay with you, and then through day and through night, and then until the end of time, silence is your world. Silence is your word and takes over the world. So.
I wanna stay with you through day and through night until the end of time.
Yeah, it's just I don't know, like holding out the song title in the lyrics until the very end feels oddly satisfying.
I wanna stay with you through day and through night until the end of time. Silence is your word and takes over the world.
You got some like triplets there and takes over the world. Ah.
Silence is your word and takes over the world.
And there's the faux subdominant in there. Faux tonic. Fake tonic. Yeah, I saw NST7. I haven't listened to it yet. I've seen it. And again, you see how the song ends with this num bum, that single note. Well, wouldn't you know it, this just so happens to be the major third to B minor. Well, to B, really. So. Now we have the perfect excuse to go into the final frontier. There it is. So it's just a note that's shared across two keys, and that serves as the pathway to the modulation. This transition is just gas. I'm just gonna play the whole thing. Shut up. There's a lot going into this. And the visuals too, how it all goes dark. Another very important dialogue bit. So, well, yeah, this is just a very dark. Well, it's fitting with the theme of the first few bars of the Final Frontier. It's just this deep, unnerving drone. Just very like foreboding, just very solemn kind of thing. Very dark. And then yeah, the humans just to forgive, to move on, we must let go. And then the humans are like, we must go, I must let go. Yeah, there's a little change of pronouns there. We must let go. I must let go. Final Frontier. And well, this is just, I could spend an entire stream just talking about this track. Just talking about this track, not even breaking it down. Okay. So how about we take a look at the Final Frontier, huh? The Final Frontier, literally, the main theme of the Final Frontier is, once again, the theme of the album. Bum 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 bum. It's the Dorian scale from before. It's just that it stops short. So it stops one note short from completing. That might already tell you something. Well, to be fair, the main reason was because of the 7/4 time signature, so I couldn't fit that last note in there. But there it is. It's literally just the album theme, repurposed for the Final Frontier. Right? The same Dorian scale, just one note short of being completed. Because so the song switches back and forth between 7/4 and 6/4. The start is in 7/4, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. Where the 1 is the drone, so it's 1, bum, 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 1, bum, bum, right? So the drone marks the 1, and the plucks, well, they're on beat. They're basically playing like 1/4 notes. So they're just like marking the beat. So drone is the 1, and the plucks act as a metronome. Drone. Right? So that way it's immediately obvious, the time signature and the pacing that your brain has to adapt to. There are like no weird syncopations or like drum offbeats things. The drone is the 1, the plucks give you a metronome. Now the theme does complete the 3rd time around. Ding, dun, dun, dun. This time the 1 lands on the A on the plug. That's the 1. So 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right? Now we switch to 6/4 here. Six, 1, 2, 3. Right? So now it's the drum marks the 1. Rum. That's the 1. Bum. 1. Dun 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 pa. Dun 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 pa. Dun 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 dun. So it's like 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So it's 6 now. 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we're already teasing the in the bass line. That's going to be coming up in the drop. Right? So yeah. Again, that's also a theme that's going to be coming up later in the song. So it's all, we set up all of the themes here, right? And then we develop on them later. And then here, da 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 da. That theme, stick with it. Like, remember that theme, okay? It's gonna be important later. Big cinematic section, a la Hans Zimmer. This like cinematic section has a slightly different melody. There's dum bum 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 bum, and this is actually a reference to a previous cinematic experiment of mine that I never put out. I think it's called 0 Day, A Revolution for All to See. Yeah, this is it. So this is a cinematic experiment that I made back in the day. A Revolution for All to See. And it has this little melody here. Same thing. And then it keeps going and it mimics the Final Frontier. Same thing. See, isn't it nice to see that the cinematic experiments that I never put out anywhere end up actually paying off and making it to an actual track? And by the way, to explain what's happening in the video, well, the humans are flying through and you see these strands. The strands are a foreshadowing of what's going to happen later. You're going to be able to see where the strands actually come from. If you've seen the continuous mix, you know. So at this point, we know that the humans are on a quest to let go of their past selves, to let go of the material, to move on. And we also know that the humans have said there's more to being whole than just the truth of me, right? Yeah, this first drop is just nice and deep, following on that melody. Bum, 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 bum. Which again, it's just a scale. It's so cool that something as simple as a scale can take on so much meaning and can carry so much force. It's just a scale. That's it. Bum, 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 bum. It's just that. And again. Bum, bum. And then, same thing as with Kindred Spirits. What if it kept going up? And this is so cool because the tonic and the subdominant, they complement themselves. They complement each other in so many cool ways. So like when you modulate to the subdominant, you can modulate back into the tonic with this really cool thing. So we're doing this. That's the like main thing of the Final Frontier, right? But then we do the same melody, but we switch to the subdominant. And then, what if the subdominant becomes the actual key, right? Becomes the new key, and we go for the superdominant of the new key, which would be C major. So we're switching from B minor to E minor, right? And the super dominant of E minor is C major, right? Okay, so we've got that. And then, well, what if it just kept going, right? And this is now the tonic. And then we do this. Isn't it just sick that if you keep rising the note, you can cycle through the tonic, the subdominant, and back to the tonic? So this D on the bass line is the 7th degree of the scale of E minor, the subtonic, but it's also the 3rd degree of the scale to B, so it's the mediant. Because again, right? So it's part of the triad. So the melody keeps rising and the bass line goes down. And it lands back in B. How cool is that? How awesome is that? Music, dude. Music theory. Oh yeah, the song is littered with details. There's like this flute octave rip. Bum bum. It's just no one ever notices it. It's just there. I like your funny words, piano man. Here, for example, I used the this contact library called Cycles for the plucks here. Final Frontier. I have the stems here. Pretty sure I can just pull them up. Final Frontier, Final Frontier, Final Frontier. Do I have the stems? Synths. It's probably synths. It's probably this. Yeah. It's this little thing here. This little thing. Such a cool little thing. What? And there it is. Bro, I just sniped it. Jesus. Yeah, it almost like takes on a melody of its own there in the left channel. How the two keys of B minor and E minor just find their way back into each other. It's just such a nice little thing. Bum 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 bum. Again, flat supertonic. You love to see it. Down. And we move back to 7/4. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It goes back to the. So it goes back to the drone is the 1, plucks are 2 through 7. And reprise the theme from that end to the first drop. So here we do the exact same movement, right? Wow. We did some weird things there. Okay. And whereas the last time we landed on B natural, all right? What if I went one semitone down into B flat? Because now the note that's in the lead right now, this is a D. No. This is the minor third to B natural. But to B flat is the major third. So what if we play with that And instead of landing on the same note from before, we switched it up a little bit and we landed a semitone below. So that already gives you that like little sense of we're falling into the depths, right? So ah. Huh. Right? So it gives you that like feeling of that uneasy feeling of ooh, things are about to get dark in here. Oh yeah, that one real. Jackson, for sure. And the backdrop turns red, and here you can see the humans. We're gonna go through it frame by frame. The humans, they run into this like little rift in space. This little like, right? So it's kind of like space reaches. There's like a hard barrier in front of them. So this just like shattered. I just decided to picture it with like shattered crystals. And they see there's a reflection of the humans coming in here, right? So as this like illusion starts to shatter, we see the other version, we see like a reflection of themselves break, and then they step into like the upside down kind of thing. So this is like a like dark visions, right? So you can actually see, for a brief moment, you can see the dark human here. There it is. The reflection of the human here, the like highlights. There you can see the reflection of the dark human for a brief moment, and then it just disappears, and you're left with just the winged human, right? Like you break through the illusion. And actually, the glass shatter sound effects were added in the video. They're not part of the song, so here you don't actually hear the glass shatter, which might be a little bit anticlimactic. So they like notice, they touch the field, and then fall into this upside down, like, and then this being like an upside down kind of thing, everything is in reverse. So guys, so any of you played Zelda Tears of the Kingdom? Because when I first did that and I arrived at the like final little like area of the game where you fight Ganondorf, right? You start to notice that there's like throughout the whole game, the whole theme of Ganondorf is this like reversed choirs. Right? And that's like Ganondorf's theme basically, right? And I thought that was such a cool little thing, but then I was like, what if we take it to the extreme and everything is in reverse? I thought, let's take that idea, and I wrote this section with like piano, so I just did this, you know. And then I just did that. And then when I had that written down, so I knew what I wanted, the melody that I wanted it to play. When I laid out all of the notes on each element of the orchestra, I wrote it the right way, so like forward, and then I flipped the whole score horizontally. There's a tool in the FL Piano Roll where you could just do that. You can just flip the whole score horizontally. You can mirror it. And so now you have the MIDI in reverse, right? But because you have the MIDI in reverse, but the samples still play forward, when you bounce that and you reverse it, it ends up playing the MIDI the right way around, but with the samples reversed, right? So I just did that, but for the whole orchestra. And yeah, we are approaching the climax of the story, really, where it all comes together. Everything that we've been talking about, like the smart to being whole and just the truth in me, letting go, moving on. We must let go. I must let go. Right? All of these themes come together in this one moment, in this one climax. So they see visions of where they've been, all of their past experiences. But there's one thing that they haven't addressed yet. What do we do with the truth? Well, without even mentioning the like crazy key changes, but what do we do with the truth? We have everything we could possibly want now. What do we do with ultimate knowledge? Did you play the damn leitmotif in reverse? No, I wrote it the right way forward, and then I flipped it horizontally with like a button in a file. So now I had the reverse MIDI, but then I played the reverse MIDI, but the samples played forwards. So when I bounced that as a whole sample and I reversed the sample, now the MIDI plays the right way. Now the MIDI plays forward, but with the reversed samples, which is what I wanted. Yeah, so from the truth spawned the universe and the orbs. Still there. What do we do with the truth? What do we do with ultimate power and knowledge? We have it on our hands, and this is where you remember what the human said. There's more to being whole than just the truth in me. We must let go. I must let go. The one thing that has been carried forward, there are two things that have been carried forward to this new world: the past selves of the humans and the truth. So they have to rid themselves. They have to, quote, sever their ties to the dark past, end quote. That includes the truth. So they realize we don't need this to be whole anymore. So what do we do with the truth? What do we do with ultimate knowledge? We spread it. That's where the strands come from. So you see this. This is just. I'm so proud of the shot. I'm so happy with the shot. So the truth shatters in a million pieces. The strands of knowledge come out, and then they spread through the universe. You see the white shot. And you see that shot hangs around for a long time. That's a very long shot. Hangs there, you know. So you can really like take it in. Like the truth is now being spread to the whole universe. You can see it from all corners of the universe. So this is actually the same planet from What It's Like to Fly. But I realized if I made it orange again, it would conflict with the color palette that I've got going on. So I decided. So it may not be entirely obvious, but it's the same ringed planet from What It's Like to Fly. So we're in like the same space, right? The same corner of space, and you can see it from like a whole solar system away. You know, so like the like cinematography of it, like the message it conveys. Truth is for all now. These 30 seconds, I feel like I could do a like whole like dissertation on. But well, for starters, so there it is. Na, da, 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 is the theme that we teased all the way back at the beginning. So again, it's all connected. So yeah. Well, here. So it's getting paid off all of like several minutes later. And this is the climax of the album. And well, now we get a reprise of the theme of the song, of the Dorian scale from the album. Dun, 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 dun. Right? So, but now it's got lyrics to it. Ultima Fines, which means the final frontier, or the last frontier. Na, 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 na. So this is just a version of this, right? It's just that it does a lot of like decorations leading up to each note, right? But at its core, it's just, right? Dun 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 dun, with the added decoration. Dun 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah. So first version, we've got this. Right? So we've got da-da, da. So this is a B minor 7th. But we've got that, so it's just the tonic and the 7th. And for the second reprise of this, we have the same notes, right? On the melody, same notes. But again, different context. So like F sharp minor 7. And then this. It's fucking you know, sometimes I fear myself. So it's, there's a tritone here. It's an augmented chord. So it goes F sharp minor, F augmented, because, right? The F is one semitone away from the E, and the C sharp is one semitone away from the E. So it just becomes a like logical resolution, right? So we go. So there it is. Right. But yeah, it's just resolving. And as an added bonus, you get the bass line to do another chromatic movement down. So it's just bum 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 bum. So like chromatic movement, you know. Chord reminds me of Bury the Light. Bury the light deep within. Limen transire, which means cross the threshold, which again is a nod to NYP10 when the humans have to cross the threshold into the realm beyond. And again, we have used the E minor as a source to as a place to modulate to before, right? Here. Bum. So let's use it again. But this time we're landing on the tonic. Bum. Okay. I was on something that day. I don't do drugs. I'm not, but but dude, I was on something that day. I was on just like my brain was ascending that day or something. I don't know. So I switch out the kick for trailer drums here. Bam bam bam. So here there's kicks mixed in with timpani hits, right? So there's timpani hits like that, right? And they're mixed in with a kick for that added sub. Oof, oof. Sub drops. There's something that I really like about this piano that also conveys that's also very very telling of the whole thing of the whole like theme of reflections and seeing your past self and all that. It's the piano here has this like ascending motion. Dun, 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 dun. So it's like a pentatonic, right? So like that. So I recorded that. And then I did the same thing as I did with the reverse breakdown. I flipped the MIDI horizontally, so it would play. So the MIDI would be backwards, but the notes would still play forward. So that when I bounced it, it would play forwards, but then the samples of the piano would be reversed. So what I did is, so what you end up having is the same piano phrase, both with forward samples and with reverse samples. And I faded, and I like cross-faded them basically. So so the piano motion starts with like forward samples of piano notes, and it ends with reversed piano hits. Piano Final Frontier. Let me see if I can piano melodies. This is probably it. So I can show you the in the stem here. I think it's here. Do you see that? It starts with the forward piano hits, and then the piano reverses halfway through. See that? So yeah, it's like they reverse halfway through. And then obviously this whole thing. That whole thing is also... Okay, whatever you say. That whole thing is also like harmonized, so yeah. Can you don't? Thank you. Okay, so it's yeah, so it's like that basically. Is that where the new stinger comes from? Kind of. Yeah. It's definitely inspired from that. Oh, not the stinger. Your new intro. The intro is the same. Like the intro jingle is the same as last year. Bum bum. Again, we have reverse choir, so we're already calling back to that whole all reverse breakdown. And this is the moment where the choirs get the like full attention. They take the spotlight, and there's just the only other thing playing here is the strings, bum 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 bum, and there's a breeze sweeping from underneath that. But other than that, there's you just hear the Ultima Fitness. And my favorite part about possibly the whole album is the waterphone mixed with the flute octave rips. Oh, just listen to this. Waterphone, Final Frontier. I think it's this. And then there's the flute, Final Frontier. String and flute rips. Yeah, I think it must be this. I think it's this. So you just mix this. No, this is the whole it's like that, and then it's just that like texture in there. It's here. See that? It's like, oh, that's just so like mystical sounding. Perfect texture. Brother. Okay, let's break this down a little bit, okay? So we've got this, right? And at this point, it's the lyrics that are singing this. Ultima fine semen transire. And now we've got just just chants from the choir. That already gives it that big sense of closure. But then voice crack. But then the basses do this. What? Bum 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 bum. So like, and so it's basically the same technique that I used to reharmonize Kindred Spirits in the breakdown with the same thing that I did there, I did here. I applied the same technique here, and I arrived at this reharmonization. And I just thought about taking each note in isolation. What are all of the possible chords that could work with that note, and then just pick and then just pick one. And I ended up with this. So that one's pretty basic. Then with this, I went with the same thing, but then, because it's a seventh, and then because it's a sixth, and then here again we got another tritone, so like an augmented chord again, and then this is also a flat supertonic again. So yeah. right? So it gives me that like perfect ending, that perfect closure. Bum 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 bum. For that part, I was just thinking of like just like trailer music in general and how they all end in this big like drum bum 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 bum. Right? The like last 10 seconds of the trailer were like hype you up the most. They all do this like drum fill bum 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 bum. So I just thought of like trailer music in that regard. And yeah, just calm after the storm. The theme gets reprised here. Da, da, da. We've been live for 4.5 hours. Nice. Not even mad. Though, I will have to cut this down for future streams because I am pretty hungry. Alright. And it ends on the flat supertonic, so it doesn't even resolve. It doesn't even resolve. So it ends in that, like, suspense. This made me think of the Ori soundtrack. For Token Machine, it made him think of Tunic, which I haven't played, but it's on my list of games that I should play someday. All right, so we come out of the orb. We come out of the Final Frontier orb. Sorry. We come out, and it's still all dark in here. And it's time. The humans have reached their ultimate realization, right? They have already finalized their character arc. They have spread the truth across the universe. It's time to say goodbye. Time to say goodbye to their past selves, and seal the last gateway to their world, to their old world. So that's why they say this is it. Yeah, again, this bong bong bong. It's like pulsing bass. Blinks are manual, yeah. We are ready. Another whole dissertation. So for this I just thought about doing this experiment. So two main things for this. This song was basically just an experiment of two main things. One, BPM raising, like Oppenheimer. So you know that one song from the Oppenheimer soundtrack, Can You Hear the Music? Where if you've watched, there's a breakdown, there's a like small breakdown of the song on YouTube by the composer, Ludwig Göransson, I think is his name. And he shows that in the project, the tempo raises by 20 every like every now and then the tempo raises by 20. Here I raised the tempo by 5 every like couple bars, but it's like starting here. So this is where the tempo starts to raise. This whole part is all in 90 BPM, I think. Dun dun dun. So it's this initial moment of like unnerving moment of I'm really about to do this. Well, the orbs lighting up is just to sync it up to the music, and then you know how the backdrop rotates with the bass glides. Wow, you know it's it's a pretty cool little detail. Again, cycles in there, and then tempo becomes an illusion. It gets faster, it gets more chaotic, it rises. Okay, we're gonna do it. We are grateful. So this is another callback. In this case, it's a callback to the countdown climax, where the human talked to the one on the other side, which in the countdown ARGs is basically you, the viewer. So in the countdown, on the last countdown, we break the fourth wall, and the humans address the viewer directly. And then they finish their like speech with "We are grateful, we are grateful, we are grateful," three times on screen. And then this is a nod to that. We are grateful. We are ready. We are grateful. And then here the tempo starts to rise. So like every couple bars. And once again we hear the theme from the beginning, the Dorian scale. And it repeats. The ethnic choirs here are probably one of the best additions I could think of. Na, da, da, da. It's just such a little like human touch. It's almost like the humans are like chanting their past selves goodbye. Modulations. So again, just take the note of the melody and dun dun dun. So you have the C. What bass line notes would work with this? So the first one would be, well, the key that we're in, D, right? So but now we can try new things. For example, right? And then again, it's the second experiment that I wanted to try with the song. So the first one was the like BPM raising, like Oppenheimer type thing. And then the second thing was, what if the melody and the bass line were a shepherd tone? So again, it's basically a slightly different version of what if it kept rising from Kindred Spirits, right? What if the melody just kept rising? And what if the bass line also kept rising? So it goes another octave up, right? Dun, 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 and it keeps going up. The melody's like a shepherd tone. And the bass line keeps going up here. Dun, 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 dun. So here it does this. So it wraps back around to the lower octave just because the bass line feels more powerful. But in reality, it's doing this. And then it does it again. Right? But because I had to keep some sort of like power on the sub, I decided to like wrap the bass line around to the lower octave. So it ends up doing. And then. So if you were to not wrap around the notes, it would just keep rising. So it's the bass line, it's a shepherd tone. The melody is a shepherd tone. So here, what's happening in the video is the humans are basically looking. So now the camera is going to like move further into the humans here, and they're gonna basically step into their point of view, what they're seeing. So the humans, we're gonna now step into their point of view, and they're looking at their past self. That's what the humans were seeing. So this is basically where the camera was positioned before, and now it's moved all the way back here. So now we can see the other point of view. REGNUM Ultra, choir singing. The effects, syncing up with the music. And again, full circle. I will say, there are no sound effects for the glyphs when they appear, so there are impacts that are... So like when the glyphs appear in the video, there are sound effects. They're not here because this is the album continuous mix, and I added that in the DaVinci Resolve project. So you won't hear the impacts on each glyph. So pay attention. Dun dun ding ding dun dun ding ding dun ding 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 dun ding 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 dun ding 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 dun ding 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 ding. Comes full circle the entire album, right? So just yeah. Right? It's just the same thing, just a little slower. So yeah, this really is the like full circle moment here. Bum 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 bum. And then this brass na 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 na. That's actually a reference to another Countdown ARG. This is Final 3 in the Countdown ARG Chapter 4, I think it is. So it's Bringer of Light. So it's a song I made for the Countdown ARG Chapter 4, which is called Bringer of Light, which is the song that plays on the final 3 minutes. And it sounds like this. Halfway through. Or 11 letters from REGNUM Ultra and 11 songs. Good catch. Wasn't intentional though. Here. Watch for the brass. So yeah, there it is. Na 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 na, and then here again. So we can always call back to New Year Protocol. And then as this is all happening, you know, we're seeing as the glyphs appear, we're seeing visions of what they've just been through, the whole experience in this new world. All right, what lies beyond, Primum Temporis, woke up, starstruck, quest for new wings. So we see all of the journey that they went on together. And then the orbs reappear. And then they literally wave goodbye. And the strings are also playing. So they're playing. And then just big chord. And that's it. And the gateway to their old world, everything that tied them to the old world has now been severed. Except it's not over yet. The epilogue of the epilogue. Well, I mean, what can I say about this tune? I've never done piano ballads before. But like piano being my instrument of choice, you know, it felt only logical that at some point I write a piano ballad, and the album felt like the perfect time, the perfect opportunity to do it. Oh, and by the way, this is still the work in progress. Oh no, it's not. Okay, I replaced the final audio here.
Hey,
Notice. Got the lyrics.
See me.
Well, now the video just shows you the stars. So video.
Caught in the rain. Don't
This is basically the humans reminiscing, right?
worry
Don't worry about me.
about me.
But again, is what I'd say if I were not astray.
Is what I'd say if I were not going astray.
Or not going astray.
So tell me,
So tell me that all will be fine.
all will be fine.
Again, like I said in the intro, this speaks to like as much as it speaks to the story, it also speaks to some real life events that I had to move on from. So yeah, it's what came out of me in that moment.
I
Very very
fear
intimate moment.
nothing
Again, we're going back to that.
like I fear me, myself, and I.
Same thing as with Stay With You, right? I want to know if I can feel love again. I want to feel no fear of myself. So here's, I fear nothing like I fear me, myself, and I.
Like I fear me, myself, and I. Will
And Violet's
you
voice
help
just,
me through it all?
yeah.
Through the highs, the lows, the good, the bad, the worst. Will you say all will be fine?
And as much as this is a piano ballad, as much as this is a closer, I do not miss the opportunity to, once again, the album theme reappears one last time.
Goes on.
The scale, right? This time it does appear as a full, like, just major scale. So no sharp sixths.
In the end, life goes on and on and on. All will be fine. I hope for long.
Yeah, it's there's this recurring theme on the piano bass line that does dun 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 dun, so like a scale. It's been a while since I played that. But yeah. There's so much lag on the on the buffer on FL. It's very hard for me to play this right now, like on time.
All will be fine. I hope for long. Let me see the sunshine again.
Nice. Well, the song structure is this repeats twice with different lyrics, and then one last big crescendo at the end for the finale. So we'll just listen to it and then we're done.
Story
Same story every day.
every day.
Spare me the pain.
Spare me the pain. Stay, make me forget how it feels.
So, did you guys like the stream?
Give your all,
Did you enjoy this little insider look?
not enough. And whisper,
Why's this piano ballad so clipped? What do you mean clipped?
stay.
Where are the clips? Where are the clips? Well, the clips are here because it has to match the loudness level of the rest of the album. So it's obviously clipped, but I obviously had to make sure that this was absolutely clean. Like, this is the thing about a piano ballad is that there are no corners you can cut, especially when it comes to the vocal mix. The vocals are completely exposed in the mix. The slightest thing will will be there and will be a thorn on your side. So everything has to be perfect because there's nowhere to hide. You can't hide a little vocal mistake in a wall of sound because it's just not a wall of sound. It's a piano ballad. So yeah, there really are no you can't cut any corners here. Everything has to be perfect. The vocals are super exposed in the mix. That's just really like a wake up call for you to like, hey, you really have to be careful here.
Stay, make me forget how it feels.
So it's clipped,
You give
but there's no distortion.
and yet it's not enough.
You know, make me forget how it feels when you give your all, and yet it's not enough.
Whisper,
Feel like that. It says it all.
all will be fine. 'Cause life goes on.
So second chorus.
And on.
Now there's more harmonies coming in.
In the end,
On the harmony.
life goes on and on and on. All will be fine.
Bum, bum, bum.
Let me be happy again.
it's a little fast, huh?
Again.
I'd have to practice more again to be able to play that because a lot of this was actually just recorded. You know, the like chords, they're like a no-brainer to record because they're like so easy. Just... It's the like easiest thing, but then this was trickier. That was a little trickier.
Again.
I just imagine like a wall of credits appearing on the screen. I actually thought about adding credits. Eventually, I decided against it because one, the credits were already in the description, and second, it kind of took away from the just. If I put credits here, first of all, the backdrop would lose a little bit of value. And you'd be focusing on the credits rolling instead of on the song. So I eventually just thought against it. Like, just give you the backdrop. Just take it in. Just take the song in, you know?
Again.
Shout out to REGNUM Ultra and Uniprotocol.
Again.
It's now that movie of a movie to have movie end credits. It's not the kind of movie to have movie end credits. Yeah. Typing is hard. Well, what can I say? Here's Chord Zone again on the cello, and then right after that we've got Opal on the viola, so shout out to both of them. No. So the vocal melody is now on the strings. Ow. And then the brass. One last crescendo to send it all off. And the sky becomes colorful. Because all will be fine.
In the end, life goes on and on and on. All will be fine. I hope for long in this new world.
All will be fine. I hope for long in this new world of mine. So, yeah.
Of mine.
And there it is. And that's the cover. Those are the only credits. The cover and the logo. And then everyone else is in the description, obviously. And then in the song titles, everyone was credited on the corner here. So, album out now, boys. Album is out now. And the video says it, but I'll say it again to all the humans who helped make this happen. Thank you. It was all a titanic effort, and I really couldn't have done it without you. So, yeah. I'm just gonna paste the link to the album one final time in chat, so you guys can stream it if you, for some reason, haven't got a hold of the link already. But yeah, we're gonna be ending it here. If there's any more questions that you guys want answered, feel free to ask now or in the Discord server. Well, I'll be there. You can just ask me whatever. But yeah, the album is out now. Arcraft says, Regnum Ultra 2 when? Brother, it hasn't even been a week. Let me breathe. Just Bejeweled Twist theme. Yeah. You know ball. Elite ball knowledge. Dude, we should just play Bejeweled Twist one day and on the Friday chill. we should just do Bejeweled Twist session. Fuck it. Fuck the like viewer numbers. Even if it's just like 3 of us on the stream. Just play Bejeweled. How long of a break from releasing music are you gonna take now? I'm not. I already did take a break. I finished everything that was related to the album. I finished it all in like March. So by March 31st, the entire album was ready to just press the metaphorical big red button and just the release button, right? It was already the reels, the assets, the VFX, the everything, the Instagram posts, everything was prepared, all the assets. So at that point, I just had to sit back, right? Sit back, watch it all unfold, and that was the break I took. While the album was releasing, that's the break I took. So I'm gonna have to get back to it now, and I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to work on a lot of things in June, but we will certainly get back into the fold in June. July will be the stronger month though, where we will really have to like get into it, because I have a lot of projects that I want to do. I have a lot of collabs with really cool people that I have waiting in there, and I just want to make it happen. So yeah, make song, Paul. Started playing that again recently. Haven't played in years, dude. It's so good. I have it on my phone. I have because Bejeweled Twist has a Nintendo DS version, right? So whenever I can, I play it on my actual DS. But when I'm out, and I don't always bring my Nintendo with me, right? So, but I do bring my phone. So I have a DS emulator on my phone, and well, since it's touch, I can just play Bejeweled Twist through a DS emulator on my phone. It's just great. It's even better than playing Balatro, and Balatro is very good pastime. What a productive day. For me and for you and for the entire human race. It's the other way around. For you and for me and for the entire human race. Michael Jackson. All right, guys. We're closing in on 5 hours. I'm not gonna give you the pleasure of seeing 50000 on that timestamp, so I'm gonna be going away right about now. Guys, I hope you enjoy the album going forward. If you haven't already listened to all of it, please do. I worked pretty hard on it, and join me the following few weeks as we get back to streams. As I roll out some more album-related content on socials. We have a new outro, by the way. Do you guys want to see it? All right, guys. I've been Paul, a.k.a. Modus. Have a great rest of your night, evening, whatever you might be. And as always, until next time! Let's go!